Okay. There we go.
Chaos on tarmac at Haiti's main airport after U.S. deports migrants. Yeah, see, they're sending them back to the country they were originally from, but a lot of these people have not been in Haiti for years. They don't know anybody. I mean, that's no longer their home. That hasn't been their home for years.
Yeah.
And they're sending them to a hellish place. A place that doesn't have the basic infrastructure. Can't even take care of the people that are there.
Most likely. Alright. Hello, Internet. It is 2:14 p.m. on Wednesday, September 22nd, 2021. Welcome to, No, wait, that's the wrong intro. I'm Mark Amsright, DJ Amstrack, and I'm holding court here on the throne of games. That's the intro for today. That's what today is.
That's what we're doing now.
That's what we're doing. That's May the producer, a.k.a. my mom.
Backseat producing over here.
Backseat producing. And I'm just repeating everything she says, apparently.
Yep.
Yep.
Teddy's over here under Daniel's chair.
Teddy's over there under Daniel's chair?
Oh,
you can see him on camera.
Oh, can you? Okay,
Yeah.
good. He's eating
He's
something.
right about here. Yeah.
And Teddy's annoyed with Mark. Because,
Yeah. Mom asked me to try and pick him up out of his cage.
So, because he was upstairs in the cage, and it was, time to come out and get some exercise.
Mm-hmm.
But he was being a loaf up there, a big, lazy, chunky loafy chunk. And wouldn't even come out of his little box, his little bread basket, loafy bread basket. And so I scooted his basket over by the door, and he still wouldn't move, and so I had Mark pick him up and get him out, and it was a little tricky, and so then Teddy was annoyed. He didn't try and get away until after he was completely out of the cage.
He didn't really make it easy on me, though.
Well, no.
Anyway, today I'm going to be continuing Tales of the Neon Sea.
But it's not because he was wrestling to get away so much. It's just that he's sort of big, and you couldn't get hold of all of him.
There's
So you got
APR.
hold of the heaviest part, but that meant his front paws were still hanging down. So, but he didn't start wriggling and fighting and stuff until you had him completely out of the cage. Goofy bunny.
Goofy bunny. Oh, whoops. Hold on. Gonna have to kill that because I forgot to unplug my controller to prevent left. There. Once again, if anybody watching knows how to write Windows drivers, I am in need of your services. I have been for a while, in fact. Okay. Let's go again.
Beep, beep. Wake up, you idiot.
Shut that noise off. Don't make me regret fixing you.
Initiating self-destruct sequence.
Now things really feel like they're back to normal. Okay, I'll get up. Go prepare breakfast or something. The Interstellar Alliance has detected a signal from Sagittarius, the cause of which is being hotly debated online. Many believe this is a signal from an extraterrestrial civilization, and have attempted to prove this by referencing previously received signals of unknown origins. Experts have downplayed this theory. More details are emerging of the new fuel source discovered in an ice mine in Siberia. It is estimated that the new energy resource, once refined, will be able to support up to 120 years of global energy consumption. Breaking news. A disturbing sculpture made from both human and robot body parts has been found in the Underbridge district. The horrific act appears similar to an unsolved serial murder case from years ago. Has the murderer finally returned?
I remember this case.
I knew he would make another move, but I didn't think it would be. The Noah killer, mastermind of the sculpture murders, and the target of the Special Mission Squad's manhunt. He has committed several horrifying murders, and the victims have included both humans and robots. His technique is exceptionally cruel. After killing his victims, he mutilates their bodies and forms them into half-human, half-robot sculpture. These sculptures are all inspired by the new god Bsan, and there is always a worship circle drawn at the crime scene as well. It can be concluded that Noah is a fanatical follower of this new god. Several police officers have died in our pursuit of Noah to date, and Noah has continued to claim the lives of many innocent civilians. This ends today. Our intelligence staff have pinpointed Noah's hideout, and we are determined to catch the monster this time. Should the target resist, you have orders to shoot on sight. Inspector Royd will take it from here. All right, everyone, listen up. We all know how dangerous this maniac is, so pay attention to the plan. To ensure we nail him this time, local police will be providing support for the Special Mission Squad. The assault will proceed as follows. Team G131 reporting. We have arrived at Checkpoint A and are awaiting instructions. Team G310 reporting. We have arrived at Checkpoint F, awaiting instructions. Team G311 reporting. We have arrived at Checkpoint R. It's under control, and we are awaiting further orders. Teams G1 through 13 and Teams G113 and G114 reporting. We have surrounded the back entrance of the target building and are awaiting further instructions. Reporting to Central Control. All teams are ready at their designated points, and Phase 1 of the plan is underway. Please advise. Attention all teams. You are green to proceed to Phase 2. Get ready to move. Attention all teams. Attention all teams. Begin Phase 2. Move, move, move. Something's happened. We need to hurry up. Just like you predicted, Noah has set a trap. We need to be careful. Relax, we're prepared for this. I just hope we can avoid more casualties. We're running out of time. Have you hacked the defenses? Almost. Okay, defenses deactivated. Is this Noah's hideout? Abel, these biological storage containers. Looks like we were right about Noah's genetic disease. The lab seems deserted, but Noah could be hiding anywhere. We must be careful. BioClean room. Is that a person in there? I should go in. Any biological infection won't affect me. Stay alert, Rex, and watch my back.
We can't see your back. We can only see your front. Oh, now we can see your back.
It's Lena Toti. She seems to be in some sort of trance. I'll try to wake her. You check the rest of the area.
I'll try and wake her by beating on her with my metal fists.
Roger that. Call out if you need assistance.
Is he just feeling her up?
He's a robot.
That doesn't mean he can't be a perv. Perv bot.
So many records. Very professionally kept.
Rovert.
Damn, looks like we tripped some kind of backup security system. If he is still alive today, he must have solved the problem of the dissolving skin. I was so close to catching him that time.
Hey, is everything all right? You've been staring at nothing for a while.
Just give me a moment.
Rex, did you hear about the big case this morning?
Yeah, I heard the news. Are you sure it was him? Can you give me some time at the crime scene?
You already know? But
What? Is there a problem?
the problem is we haven't even been to the crime scene yet.
Why not? I'm coming over now. The police can't get into the Underbridge district right now. The king is probably holding them up, although that's not necessarily a bad thing. If Noah really is behind this, I'll need to be ready. I think I should break out my little friend just in case. All the documents on Noah and the linked cases are here. I won't ever be able to forget about this investigation.
Arthur Foreytown, Alta State. Case murder. Victim Lisa, Caucasian female, 27 years old. The victim was an ordinary civilian and housewife. The witness is the victim's husband, Mandy, who is the delivery man of the town. The witness found the victim murdered when he got back home from work. The murderer mutilated the victim's body and created some type of sculpture with the body parts and a damaged town robot. Blood and suspected murder/mutilation tools were found at the crime scene. Nothing relevant to the murderer was found, so Mandy is considered the prime suspect at the moment. Addendum: Mandy developed depression after the murder and committed suicide a year later. Note 1: no conclusion can be made regarding the situation of missing organs due to a lack of information. Note 2: following the bizarre murders of the Starlight City singer, investigators brought up this case again, believing the two to be linked and thus part of a serial murder case. Forensic experts who performed the autopsy had different opinions, as the way the murderer created the sculptures was messy and orderless in the Arthur Foreytown case, while the mutilation in the singer sculpture murder case was highly skillful. Detective Gadget holds reservation to the opinions. Police notice. To all public security bureaus of Alta State, September 7th, 2126, the Arthur Foreytown and Starlight City sculpture murder cases are now considered to have been committed by the same suspect. Currently, the suspect is still on the loose, so police forces from all over the state will work together to track down the murderer. Suspect information: gender, male, age 20 to 25 years old, height about 170 centimeters. The suspect is slightly thin in stature and is likely to be mentally disordered. The suspect is believed to be isolated and unsociable and capable of avoiding detection. As the two crime scenes are quite distant from each other, it is very likely that the suspect has a personal vehicle and was able to enter the crime scene ahead of time and wait patiently for his target. All police forces should note that they are required to check all vehicles and people coming into the state and keep a good record of relevant information. Someone with connections to the police recently revealed that the singer Cheryl's murder is part of a serial murder case and that the murderer still remains on the loose. Our reporter questioned the police spokesperson during the press conference about the rumor but did not receive a direct answer. As the watchdog for civilian personal security, we sincerely hope the police can take appropriate action instead of covering up their failings by holding back the truth. Yesterday, the famous female singer Cheryl was found murdered in her dressing room mere minutes before she was due to perform at City Hall. Her mutilated body parts were found combined with those of her robot assistant into a religious sculpture by City Hall staff, said an anonymous source. Was this atrocity committed by a radical and fanatic congregation? So far, no religious organization has claimed responsible for the murder. This is such a brutal and heinous crime, and we wonder when the police are going to arrest the suspect. Will there be more victims? We'll follow up on this. The file of the singer sculpture murder case. July 7th, 2126. Location: City Hall, Starlight City. security staff member found the sculpture made from victims' and robots' mutilated body parts in Singer's dressing room as he arrived to deliver 5-minute stage cue on July 4th, 2126. Sculpture nicknamed Bison the White because of its look. Detective Gadget, who is in charge of crime scene investigation, found sign of New God Bison at bottom of sculpture. The rest of the victim's body was put into a container and stored in the victim's personal locker in the theater. Note, the murderer removed the throat while the victim was still alive, so the chance of organ selling or transplanting is high. Transaction records on the human organ black market should be watched closely for possible clues of the murderer. According to the autopsy report, the throat organ was not found in either the sculpture or among the rest of the body parts. That's weird. Note, the religious sculpture and ceremony arrangement both point to a new religious group that worship a new god. I have done research on documents on this new religion and found out that they worship more than one god. Their belief has a strong personal preference. The sign and sculpture at the crime scene points to a god called Bison from the Roverism, who stands for fusion and communication. By some special methods, I managed to join this suspicious Roverism and participated in the sacrifice ceremony of the Bison followers. These followers are quite extreme, and like most new religions that want fast expansion, most followers are probably supposed to be keen, on preaching their doctrine. Their sacrifice ceremony looks quite bizarre and incomprehensible, but there is nothing similar to the murderer's ceremony arrangement, and their sacrifice is kind of similar to the shaman ceremony of some tribes in the last century. So I don't think they have anything to do with the murderer. The murderer might be an independent believer who has mental diseases, or the murderer did this to distract us to mislead the police. Excluding the first case due to insufficient records, all murders prior involved victims with missing organs. The organs were taken away by the murderer, but the reason why is unclear. As per the forensic expert's testimony, the murderer seems to be refining his skills and familiarity with anatomy, but why is he doing this? The forensic expert proposed a possibility during our communications that the murderer has been using the stolen organs to replace some diseased organs. The reason he has been practicing his skills is to help with carrying out organ replacement. Could he be the one that has the diseased organs? In the third case, a pattern similar to that in the summoning ceremony was found at the crime scene in addition to other marks of cult sacrifice. From the look of the crime scene, the murderer is likely to be a follower of Bison, and he may have committed these murders for a fanatic religious ceremony. From the later cases, the murderer is found to be very precise when it comes to ceremony setups. Is the murderer mentally disordered? The file of the High Sea Cruise case. January 9th, 2127, international waters. The AED board decided to throw a celebration party following a monumental breakthrough in the latest research of the new chip. The party was arranged on the luxurious cruise ship High Sea belonging to the company president. All board members of AED were killed in the private conference room on board the ship. According to witness reports and the crime scene investigation, board members and administrative personnel of AED company were killed during the celebration party. The murder happened on a cruise ship in international waters, and ship staff didn't notice anything abnormal, and nothing unusual was captured by the on-site monitor system. Technicians later found the conference room monitor had been modified by the murderer and had been showing a pre-recorded loop, under cover of which the murderer killed everyone in the conference room. At the time when the ship was found, 41 people, including people from AED ship and crew, had been killed. Some body parts of the dead were arranged with servant robots into a sculpture of the Messenger of Garden, and a large ceremony setup was marked out at the bottom of the sculpture with blood. Apart from the body parts that were made into the sculpture, all bodies were cleaned with water and placed carefully on the deck. The liver of one body was confirmed missing after the investigation. Note, the murderer is believed to be a skilled hacker, which is something not noticed in previous cases. In this regard, he may be self-taught. In 2125, the government decided to invest in robot riot police, and AED won the contract.
Skills what?
Hacker.
Okay, hacker. Well, you're talking about missing body parts. I didn't know. Yeah.
Hack them apart.
Yeah.
At the time when the new chip was about to be completed, all board members were killed. Afterwards, AED was purchased by IQM, which is now believed to be closely involved in the case. International query machines, I don't know. International quinoa machines. The replaced organs proven through evidence from the reinforced gene experiment 1887 based on all previous cases. In the last meeting, Victor and various other participants decided that the likelihood of the murderer returning to Starlight City is very small, and that the police force should be properly prepared in neighboring areas. However, following our investigations, my partner and I believe there is more at work here than meets the eye. We've caught a break. There were 1,766 test targets in this old experiment, and only 157 targets survived. There are 41 descendants of the survivors, and only 11 of them have remained genetically stable after 3 generations. Looking at the sculpture murders, so far the victims were all female, and if we exclude the ones who only have male descendants, the ones left are all ancestors of the serial murder victims. And the last one is John Tody, special investigator of the intelligence agency, who died during a drug case, son Victor Tody, daughter Lena Tody. P.S. Lena Tody is currently studying at St. Lauster's Girls' College in the Musu Zone, Starlight City. Reinforced Gene Experiment Code 1887, classification level top secret. The experiments to reinforcing the intelligence of the test targets through genetic modification have been successful. However, it's a shame that there is a high chance of sequela among the descendants of the test targets in this experiment.
Yeah.
As in, like, side effects that come
right.
later.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Diseases caused by, problems caused by
Right.
a drug or a procedure.
The descendants will develop diseased organ collapse because of the incomplete inheritance from the modification of chromosome genetic sequences. The test targets of Reinforced Gene Experiment 1887 have a genetic sequence that will respectively affect the pancreas, throat, liver, kidneys, and skin. Suppose the missing organ in the Arthur Foreytown was the pancreas, then the order of missing organs in the later murder cases matches the order of the genetic sequence. The murderer is highly likely to be a descendant who kills to replace his diseased organs with the normal organs of the victims. Only descendants of the test targets can meet his requirements. The skin peeling in the 5th case was a small amount, and it is far from enough, as once the skin starts to develop symptoms, it will expand to the whole body. The 5th case is very likely to be just a trial to get the skin, and the murderer is going to kill again in order to get the complete skin. Carbon Prison, Moore and Norse Coastal Cape. Victim, Maria, gender female, witness, Smith, gender male. Both the victim and the witness are prison police officers. The witness entered cell block C to find the victim as she was late for the shift change. The witness found the victim and several prisoners killed and mutilated mercilessly. The murderer destroyed a prison service robot violently and made it into a sculpture of the Twig of Birch, with the mutilated body parts of the dead. CSI later noted skillful technique was used. The witness then sounded the prison alarm. The monitoring system failed to notice anything or anyone suspicious, and neither did the other prisoners. Like the previous cult sculpture cases, nothing related to the murderer's identity was found at the crime scene. The police are still investigating how the murderer entered the prison, committed the crime, and escaped without detection. Note 1, the Special Mission Squad believes that the murderer is very familiar with the prison environment and the monitored areas. This suggests he could have worked at or been incarcerated in the prison before, but there is no further progress in the investigation so far. Note 2, according to the forensic experts, skin peelings were found on the deceased's chest in this case. Score Hotel South New Sinai of St. Bix Sate? The family of 4 that was Holiday were killed and mutilated in the hotel room. Some body parts were made into a sculpture of the King of White Wings. Crime scene investigation records. The murderer followed the wife, who went back to the room herself and killed and mutilated her. Her body was made into a sculpture. Husband returned to the room early with 2 children, 11-year-old boy and 12-year-old girl, after getting the wife's text message. The 3 victims were killed and mutilated in a similar way. Part of the bodies were sewed together with the body parts of the first victim to make the sculpture. Note, similar to the Singer sculpture murder case and High Sea cruise case, there was no fingerprint or other identity information left at the crime scene. The left kidney of the grown-up woman and the right kidney of the girl were not found. That's what it says. Were not found at the scene. Found and retrieved a beak mask after the fight with Noah. There are no traces of skin or hair in the mask, but there are slight traces of liquid. Upon investigation, sweat and soluble cells were found. According to this, the person seems to be without an external skin layer, resulting in residual dissolving cells on the mask. Experts assume this is the result of gene mutation. The DNA of this person doesn't match anything in known gene pools, to the point where it's difficult to even call the creature human. September 27th, 2127, 5:20 a.m., moving to destination, 8:17 a.m., arriving at destination, 11:03 a.m., can hear explosions coming from the location where the main force is being led by Victor, continuing the mission, 11:45 a.m., rescued Lena Toti, 11:51 a.m., found the target while extracting, the target detonated the building after its left eye was shot, we're trapped in the collapse, 5:17 p.m., escaped successfully. Wait, that's legit Inspector Gadget. What the heck? The federal police have announced the establishment of a special mission squad to deal with the recent serial murder cases. The famous Detective Gadget of Starlight City and international security investigator Victor are designated as the team leaders. The federal government has put high expectation on this team, and the leaders are very confident of catching the murderer when speaking with reporters.
Now you need to do that.
I mean, that's basically as close to I can get with what I have now is basically as close to that as I can get. I don't really grow along here, so this is the most mutton choppy I can get. Yes, please. Thank you.
Since I'm heading that way anyway.
Yeah. After the special mission squad was established, the leaders launched a directed effort to identify and catch the culprit. However, the murderer simply directed the police into a trap. The murderer used explosive devices to create chaos and cause panic. Name Gadget joined the police on 6th of September 2117 and worked in CSI and forensics. He solved several important cases and was lauded as one of the most excellent detectives in Starlight City. On 5th August 2126, Gadget was killed in an action regarding the sculpture cases. He lost his life while trying to protect innocent civilians. The police team are grieving for Detective Gadget and urge all police work together to catch the murderer so that Gadget didn't die for nothing.
I've performed maintenance on your aptly named little friend. Be careful. I'll provide remote support.
Noah. Making corpses of his victims into sculptures of an evil god, and leaving behind mysterious religious arrangements and grotesque ceremonies. These are all signature elements of Noah's old and extremely brutal crimes. Yesterday's mysterious package led me to the Underbridge district, and now today's sculpture is pulling me back. Were these events all aimed at me? I'm almost convinced he has come back after all this time. I just pray the gangs have left the crime scene untouched. If I'm right about this, Noah will have left me another message there. I will repeat this one last time. We will take serious action if you continue to block our way. Huh? Since when have the police been interested in underbridge affairs? This is a very important case. Please, get out of our way before things get out of control. Are you threatening me? Wait. There's no need for violence. Why don't you just let me in? Rex, thank God you've arrived. Who the hell are you? This is none of your... Boss, these police officers aren't giving up. Thank you. Should we... What? Oh, okay. Okay, I got it. I don't want to be him. No, I don't. The boss said this detective can come in as long as he sticks close to our escort. You have 48 hours to crack the case. If you can't identify the murderer by then, well, the boss says it's past time old debts got settled. Rex, no. Don't worry about me, Royd. I've been waiting for this chance for years. These crazy gangs are becoming bolder by the day. Tell me about it. Brazenly interrupting the police's job like that? What would people say if the news got out? The Underbridge district is quite sensitive right now. I don't like it, but we'll have to send Rex in solo to investigate. You can't be serious! A private detective instead of the police? That's completely unacceptable. Rex is one of us, and now is not the time to argue. We need to get ready to break in if things go wrong. Yes, sir. I can't believe the king still remembers what happened all those years back. He just wants to see me fail again, but this time he's going to be disappointed. Yeah, but you're on your own this time. You don't have Abel to watch your back, so be careful, okay? And contact me if anything else goes wrong. Don't worry, I came prepared. Look, Rex, I'm sorry about how I acted before. I'm not happy about this, but it's all up to you now. Good luck. I'll do my best. I have no doubt, especially if Noah really is in there. Sounds like Royd has filled you in about my past. Oh, looky here. The special detective swaggers in to save the day. Well, shall we get going? Should I head into Underbridge now? Hold on a second. I do love a fresh mug of sarcasm in the morning. And no, I'm not ready yet. I need to chisel my jaw first. What? You need to what?
Gotta sharpen that jawline. There's chisel.
Take me to the crime scene. And keep the sarcasm to yourself, Circuit Brain.
Racist.
That freak sculpture is right over there. You're free to look around, but don't do anything stupid. We're watching you. Thanks for your kind words of support. Stay out of the way while I'm investigating, and do not disturb the crime scene. If you want, we can trade insults all day. I have a memory bank full of them, or you could stop whining and do your job. So many materials used. Is this robot Brank? Poor sod. It turns out Brank does have an implanted device in his head, so it seems Noah must be the one controlling robots. Am I hallucinating again? Hello, Detective. It's so nice to see you again. Please follow me. I have prepared something
Fabulous for you. What is this? Don't keep me waiting, detective. Strange. I hallucinate whenever I touch the implanted devices. But I only started to have the hallucinations after I received that first package from Noah. How did he find out where I lived? Has Noah been spying on me all these years?
Wait, what? No, you had a hallucination before that. Like, you didn't get the package until after you found the old landlady had been killed and tossed out the window.
Defenestrated.
Yeah. Well, she was apparently already dead when she was thrown out the window.
Okay. Well, that's a freaky looking thing. Sculpture. A statue.
The hallucinations are becoming more and more clear, which can't be a good sign. If I ever come across another device, I need to be much more cautious.
Hallucination or implanted memories. An hallucination of Noah triggers after touching the implant device. This one is more stable and clear than ever before. Am I being subjected to these on purpose? Okay, so a face made from a dead human and robot. The techniques are not quite as sophisticated as those of the cases 13 years ago. The torso skin is sewn onto an robot chest. The sewing skill is of a high level, but the result is still unpleasant. The bones have been joined with a high degree of care, but the method used to connect torn muscle tissue seems a bit hurried. Sewing of the joints and wounds seems a bit unstable. Is the murderer unpracticed after such a long break? Upgraded not long ago with the latest mechanical look that came out last month. A slotted alloy plate design used in the last machine generation, probably from a mid-aged robot. Judging from the variety of parts used, the murderer seems quite random in his selection of targets. It is not an easy task to collect this many robots, so there must have been multiple victims. Some kind of fungus, which may be a result of long-term exposure to a dark and damp environment. Some rust can be seen on the metal part. A Apart from the rust on the robots, a kind of fungus can be seen on them too. This must be the result of long-time exposure to a dark and damp environment, which is very different from the previous sculpture cases. The haze in the cornea suggests time of death to be between 6 and 12 hours ago. The livor mortis doesn't appear under pressure, which indicates the time of death to be between 4 to 10 hours ago. From the look of this body, the time of death is before midnight, and it was not mutilated at the scene, different to the old cases. The bodies have been handled differently. Although this looks strikingly similar to the older sculpture cases, the selection of materials and the fine details of the work are different to those of the old murderer. Interesting. The robot parts are from different years. But the human parts are all quite fresh, less than a day old. The victims were probably all murdered last night. While everything looks similar to the previous cases, the lack of attention to detail surprises me. Has the murderer lost his skills? Or is this actually a different individual? I hadn't considered we might be dealing with a copycat. There's gotta be more clues here, and the presence of Brank's head is concerning. I better dig deeper. A weird clown mask is hanging here. I recognize this mask. It's crime scene evidence from the AED Board of Directors murder case. One the worst of Noah's crimes. If I remember correctly, 40 people on a cruise ship were killed. Bunny puppet, poster, mask. 3 pieces of evidence from 3 of Noah's cases. I wonder what else will be waiting for me ahead. I wonder what else will be waiting for me ahead. There are some light impressions which indicate something the shape of a square was recently moved here, like some kind of box. Drag marks extend all the way to the elevator. I should follow them. Oh, just right up here. This looks like the box. The shape of this box matches the mark below. Does that mean the murderer moved the bodies inside these cargo boxes? I should check the cargo passage. The last record was from yesterday afternoon, but the murderer couldn't have delivered the bodies at that time. The human corpses suggest they were killed last night. But wait, there's an encrypted file here. If I navigate the system correctly, I should be able to move the key to the target. Then I can bypass the encryption and read the data. Oh, I see. No, that's not going to work. Wait, cancel.
goods must have been delivered from the other hubs by the murderer, so I should check those out.
The time of the crime was likely between 2 and 5 a.m. yesterday. The murderer used the unique logistics lines and standardized container boxes to minimize the risk of being caught. Yeah. Old Wang Grocery Store.
The murderer used a curtain to cover the sculpture, so no one would see him while he was putting the bodies together. Let's see what clues can be found on the curtain. Wait, there's something behind the console.
He set a timer to lift the curtain at 8 a.m. today. He chose the rush hour to reveal the sculpture to the public. Yeah.
It looks like the murderer used this curtain to cover up the crime scene, ready for its big reveal.
Yeah, I don't have all the clues yet. Wait, what? Okay. Robotic supplementary fluid that is coagulated. The powdery deposits show signs of volatilization of the robot supplement. There are coagulated sediments on several parts of the supplementary fluid, which is similar to Brank's case. This suggests they were a result of the same method. There's a bloody footprint near the summoning ceremony setup with no patterns. The owner must have worn shoe covers. The unpatterned footprints destroyed the integrity of the summoning circle. Footprints destroyed the integrity of the summoning circle. This suggests they didn't really care about the ceremony. The murderer imitated the old serial murder case crime scene with patience, but he wasn't careful enough on details and wasn't serious on the ceremony either. It's set up to look like some sort of ritual. The murderer wanted to create a false worship site, but the footprints reveal his carelessness and lack of respect. This is nothing but a cover. The crime scene has mostly been figured out, but I'm still missing some key links. There are many traces of the same coagulated liquid from yesterday, so I'll need to ask Charles about it. I finished the investigation, but it's important that you allow me to ask some questions at the workshop over there. Whatever. Be quick. I'll be waiting outside.
I didn't expect you guys to be here. Where's Charles?
Grandpa, he's gone missing.
Missing? What do you mean?
Follow me and I'll explain. Robin, stay here and keep an eye out for any gang members. Yeah, that's a cool job. Leave it to me.
The coffee cup has been tipped over. Charles seems to have left in a hurry.
Grandpa keeps a gun box hidden under his pillow. I checked it and it's empty. He must have taken the gun with him.
If he armed himself, then he must have had some idea about where he was going. Could it be related to the nanofluid research from yesterday?
Grandpa stayed up quite late last night. I was too tired, so I went to bed before him. I could tell something was wrong, but I didn't ask. I assumed he was worried about his research.
I see. I should take a closer look at what he was doing.
The report is in Grandpa's computer. Take a look yourself. Research progress into the mechanism and implementation of nanorobots. Dr. Edward Amber. Summary. A statement of the research progress into the operational mechanism and activity maintenance of nanorobots. This is an introduction to the current research situation of the technology's physical performance, operational mechanism, and implementation. Keywords: nanorobots, liquid state mixture, inactivational mechanism, activity. Magazine catalog code TQ658.3. Published in Naturely. Number 987655562. An essay published in Naturely by Doc Edward, which talks about nanorobots implementation. Research object, nanorobot liquid cluster. Research time, 21st of October, 2140. Research description, the functional product was made of molecules of different nano-lengths, a highly dangerous hacker hardware. Research result. Nanorobots have no effect on human beings so far, but they are able to change the nerve tree structure in electronic brains. The logic simulation experiment found that they could build an illegal interface through which they could influence a robot's thinking from outside. Side effects: it can cause a highly intense and instant coagulation of the supplementary fluid, which will revert to normal after a while, depending on the amount of fluid. The nanorobots that fail to enter electronic brains before they run out of power will form sediments.
These nanobots can break through the defenses of an electronic brain, if that's true.
What? But that can't happen. If this is correct, then people would go crazy. Nobody would trust robots ever again.
So we have two ways in which nanofluid is connected to today's crime scene. Brank was full of the stuff, and there's residue under the statue too. But let's take one step at a time. Gather the evidence, then fit it together.
Thanks to Charles's research, it is now possible to claim that the robots at the crime scene were being controlled by this nanofluid, and that the murderer knows all about it. Grandpa left suddenly, and he took his gun. I hope he's not in any danger. That's Grandpa's weapon box. I don't know how he can get a good night's sleep with that thing poking him in the side of the head.
If Charles left with a gun, it means he sensed danger. The box was neatly put back in its place, though, which suggests he had enough time to prepare.
A gun storage box. From the look of the shape, the gun is a Chiappa Rhino 20DS, 38 caliber, 165 millimeter long, 700 gram weight, and good for self-defense. Okay, so that one can't interface with either the start or the end. Doesn't look like that one can either. That doesn't look like it'll quite interface with the end, but it'll definitely interface with the start at either of those spots. So let's go ahead and try that there. That'll interface there. No. No. Oh, that'll just honk up. There, that looks like. The murderer made use of the special logistics hub in Underbridge and used standard shipping containers to transport the materials. After that, he used the curtains to cover his sculpture. Although the murderer tried very hard to imitate the previous MO, the details weren't copied perfectly. The murderer set up a timing device on the hook control station after he finished the sculpture, then left the scene. From the evidence in the workshop, Charles left the workshop after this and has been missing since. The timing device went off in the morning and the curtain was raised, revealing the sculpture to the public and causing quite a shock. The sculpture in the square must have been done by someone under Noah's instruction, or someone with knowledge of his previous crimes. From the residue left behind on the square, today's murder and yesterday's investigation are linked. Charles may have guessed the identity of the murderer by analyzing the condensate before he disappeared, but why would he go out in the middle of the night with a gun? Where did he go? Apart from us, the only one who knew we were going to analyze the residue was Doc Edward. When he heard about the explosion yesterday, he was really shocked. We should go see him next.
As a matter of fact, we have already tried to reach Dr. Edward today. Ah, perfect. You're all still here. Nanko? You're back already? Did the gang get tough with you? Ha, Nanko doesn't get caught, but sadly there wasn't much I could do. The gang has locked the clinic down. I don't know the exact connection between the doctor and Grandpa's disappearance, but I can no longer state that there isn't one. Tell Uncle Rex the results of our investigation.
Uncle Rex?
Yesterday, we searched the site of the explosion very carefully, but everything was ruined. The gang sealed off the area right after we left. And today, there was no sign of the good doctor at his clinic. The whole area was swarming with thugs.
My nose itches. Ugh. Yeah.
So Doc Edward and Charles both go missing at the same time. This can't be a simple coincidence. We can't carry out an inspection of the clinic if the gangs are already in residence. So let's focus on the logistics hubs instead. If we start there, we might find where the sculpture materials came from. But we don't know if the clues are red herrings or not. Trust me, if this is who I think it is, then it's all part of his fun. Keep watch on the clinic for now. I'll go check out the logistics hubs. Who are you talking about? You're not saying that the one behind all this is Noah? Looks like you're pretty well informed. Whoever it is, I'll make this nutcase pay for what he's done. So, kids, I'll need your help to distract the guard outside. Any ideas how to do it? Leave that to me. You? Nanko and Robin can distract the guard using Grandpa's imitation device, and I'll get you to the logistics hub. Wait, what? I didn't agree to this. You talk about kicking gangster butt every day. Now's your chance. Sure, but why have I got to help this loser? Oh? Okay, but only because Charles needs my help. I guess this is it. Let's get ready to move out.
Follow the delivery tubes and you should be able to find the next logistics hub. The gangs are on high alert today, so you need to be extra careful. Take this. It is a location positioning badge Grandpa and I designed together. He should be wearing his badge right now. When two badges get close enough, they send out a signal that gets stronger as the badges grow closer. Good luck. I hope you can find Grandpa. Now I've got to get back to Robin. He's such a bull-headed dimwit, he's probably mouthing off to a guard pretending to be you this instant.
He's keeping up my reputation, then. But be careful, Lola. Those gangs won't give you special treatment just because you're a child. There are even posters that once promoted Sky City down here. That's just a place for the rich and powerful.
Hey, good going, William.
That bloody cat gets everywhere. I could have easily taken that patrol drone without his help. But what's a drone like this doing down here? It's been modified from a military model. Is it the King's?
Can't go in that way. And no going back now.
Meow. You're still with me, little buddy. Try not to take all the glory for yourself.
Let's see here.
Electricity leakage warning. I can probably use this to destroy the patrol drone up there.
Let's see. Hey, John. Cool, cool. What are you painting? War Machine, the Signar Thunderhead model, if you want to look up a picture. Let's see here. War Machine, Signar Thunderhead. Oh, that's neat looking.
It's still fully fueled. That's a nice change of pace.
Oops. Oh, wow. I sure did. Oops. What? Really? Ah, shit. I mean, that looks like what it's wanting me to do, but I can't be sure. Wait, how is there power flowing through that one bit that's not connected to anything?
That doesn't make a lick of sense. Meow. Oops. Ah, I see. Yeah. High voltage NIM battery. Great, the freight terminal is up and running. No idea where this lead will take me, but I'd better crack the encryption now. Meow. There. Ah! That was an annoying beep. What's that noise? A bomb! If I can work out the direction of the internal routes using my investigation vision, I can cut the fuses in the right order and disarm it. Not much time, so I can't make any mistakes. Which one is first? What is it, Remy? Oh, I see. Okay, so one... So this is the first one. 2... 3... and 4. Bomb removed. Removed? Finally defused. Someone planted this here on purpose. Noah liked to use bombs in the old cases. What is it, Remy? Why are you meowing so sad on the piano? Meow. 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 Yeah?
Oh, yeah? You don't say. Kitty. Oh, that's a sweet girl.
Spooked by that thud that you just made. I'm not sure he realized I was talking to him.
You're talking to me?
I was saying she was spooked by the thud that you made.
Oh. Oops. Sorry. Sorry. You almost having a break. Yeah, what did it come from? Yes? She was like, it didn't happen?
I don't know what she wants. Maybe you can figure it out.
I think she wants me on.
Well, she's doing that. A lot.
Yeah, she doesn't want two yet. She wants whatever else.
And now for a new blues single by Remy, meowing sadly on the piano. Says John. Okay, now I can continue checking the logistic hub records. Let's see. The origin of all these goods is still a ways down, and there's two paths to follow.
Connection to Idiot Master established. Luckily, you've got me to help you out. Okay, let me check the map.
BBX, how did you...
I have access to your communications channel. You're surprised I can hack into your phone calls?
I guess that makes sense. Remind me to cut off your access later. Tell me what you see on the map. Where did the goods come from?
Yes, check your right, facing the control station.
Are you sure? The conveyor leads to the storage room, but the entrance is sealed.
Trust me, that's the correct route. There should be some kind of access there. It must be important if they've tried to conceal it.
I'll trust you this one time. How can I get in, though? Cat's being...
It looks like I need to help this moron again. Maybe I can do something with this giant metal thing.
I'm not sure that's what I wanted.
course there's a secret door. William, how does it look from your side?
I guess if I move that box with the ladder over to the left side, he should be able to get down. As for the green wooden crate, let's smash it. I already did. Wait. Is that not? Okay, I guess that's what I was supposed to get at.
Well done, little guy. I'm sure I could have done it quicker if I was up there, but good job all the same. Now, how do I actually get to that doorway? This switch temporarily pauses the conveyor. If I pay close attention to the timing, I should be able to avoid the drones and jump down. Oops. What?
Why?
I knew that would become important. But what the heck is it? Yeah, that'll help.
Oh shit, a Sentinel robot. Only its eye and joints are vulnerable. I need to immobilize it.
Looks like that dumbass is in trouble again. I need to immobilize the Sentinel robot with my massive electromagnet, and quickly before he beats it all on his own.
William, you did it! Leave the rest to me.
And I died. What the heck was I supposed to do there? Oh, is it a timing thing? It's a timing thing, isn't it? There.
Phew. What is with this security? Whatever's in that warehouse must be mighty valuable. I have to tread carefully from here on in. The smell of burnt meat. Someone having a barbecue here?
I told you, there's still lots of calculations to make on the data samples. It's not my fault I took over a half-finished experiment.
Shut your mouth. If Brank hadn't gone missing, no one would have ever asked a crazy chatterbox like you for help anyways.
Regardless, the experiment is on track for the moment.
On track? Do you know how much money we're spending on this? Considering the size of our investment, we want more than just on track. The organization didn't pay you for nothing.
You can't rush science just for cash payouts. And anyway, we don't have enough test subjects. What you are demanding is just...
What is it, Dr. Yang? Wait, who are you? Did one of you guys order a pizza? Well, would you look at that? A brand new test subject just arrived. What a time for my luck to run out. I can't reach BBX. There must be electrical interference from that bloody washing machine.
Washing machine?
Never imagined I'd meet my end because of some dirty laundry.
Meow meow. Yeah, a lot of very colorful characters is for sure.
William, if I wasn't tied to a chair right now, I'd kiss you. Listen, we don't have much time. You need to disable that electrical contraption they're charging. If I'm seeing this right, you need to change the frequencies of the 3 small electromagnetic towers one after the other to match the increasing frequency of the main electromagnetic tower. Then it should target something else. face itches. I can't help it.
I love that.
That did it. Now we're ready. Prepare to feel the power of science.
Well, I didn't do that fast enough.
She told me she could do it, but I didn't believe her. Why did I believe her?
What?
I'm mixing up songs. Mixing up each way to blinded by science.
Why can't I jump up? Come on. No, wait, that's where I want to go. Shit. I was almost there. Wait.
Okay, the frequencies have been synchronized. Whatever that means. That moron should be safe now.
Well, wow. I didn't expect to survive that. Nice work, William. I think we make a good team. I'm the brains and the brawn, and you are,
Meow.
you're the cat. So instead of finding traces of the murderer, I stumble into a secret lab run by the king. I'm gonna murder BBX for this.
Hello, Master. Through process of elimination, going left is definitely the correct option.
You bumbling box of bolts. Thanks to your bad directions, I was almost killed back there. Twice!
An error in the mapping system must be the issue. I guarantee that this will be the right way.
We're gonna have a long chat if I make it out of this mess. Furnace is still burning. I'll be cooked unless I can find a way to lower the temperature. This equipment controls the delivery of coolant to the furnace. It might be useful in some way.
Oh, cool. That appears to have dealt with the drones. I'm not sure what the point of that was.
Seems that this is the main console for the pipeline. I can stop the pipeline completely, so I won't be affected by the countdown.
Fuel tank. That's what it was.
Okay, the high temperature of the furnace should blow this up. Based on the information I saw earlier, this should be the end of the line. All of the containers were delivered from here.
That's
No. Actually, that should be incredibly easy. Oh, it has to stop there. That makes it much more difficult. There.
All the raw materials were indeed delivered from here. Noah led me all the way to here, so he must have planned something more. I need to look around very carefully. Let's call Nanko and get an update on the good doctor.
It's me. We have just found out that signal, Charles, signal.
The signal's being blocked. Noah must have put signal shielding devices nearby. Damn it.
I think my mustache is tickling my nose. That's why it's itching so bad.
Whoa! Oh shit, I almost got hit there. Another of Noah's tricks. Wait, what's that on the container? Wait, this container has been modified by someone. If this was left by Noah on purpose, the key that opens it must be somewhere close by.
Elevator counterweight. The default counterweight. I can control the load capacity of the lift by adjusting the counterweight.
It looks like the weight on this side is insufficient, and the switch doesn't have enough power to raise the lift. This device is falling apart. It reminds me of the lift in a certain lab 13 years ago.
Is this a boat? Sure looks like a boat.
Water, always falling. The sound hurts my ears. Thanks to you, I feel awful whenever I hear the sound of rain. But if you've made it all the way here, it means those little gifts before got your attention. You truly are the dogged, driven detective, Rex. Did you see the container I lovingly prepared for you? The criminal you are looking for is right inside. But that was just a short prelude. The real game has only just begun. Can you find the sound I left behind before your life finally comes to an end? He's here. I knew it. He intentionally mentioned sound as a clue for me. But who is the criminal he is talking about? Could it be the guy who made the sculpture? The equipment on this abandoned ship is still working. That's a good place to start. This is a log of yesterday's recorded signals, which were sent just before the delivery logistics hub was used. These 3 sonar graphs were recorded recently. It may be useful to record them first. This is the first mate's navigation log. Will there be anything interesting?
Don't touch that navigation log. This is awful. Changing the equipment on the Destiny Fire, making a mess on my ship, and now reading my first mate's diary?
An AR projection? This looks like an old-style sailing assistant AI. Are you the captain of this ship?
If you're with the guy in the bird mask, get lost.
The bird mask? No, I'm here to arrest him. Do you know where he is?
My navigation range only covers the area near the Destiny Fire, so I can't say whether he's here or not. That weirdo added something to the ship's system, so you'd better catch him soon. He's not allowed on my ship again.
So much for a bedside manner, eh? Normally AIs would be wiped once a ship is abandoned, or they would escape into cyberspace, but she's been here all this time. She must have a strong attachment to the ship. The equipment is intact, but some of these rusty parts need to be replaced. This system can be used to control a combination of Morse signal lights and foghorn signals. The 3 graphs on the record are sound clues that have been left behind intentionally. There must be a way to reproduce them.
Sonar graph records have captured the sound sent by the foghorn. The foghorn and Morse signal light work together when boats are communicating, and Morse code is used for information relay. The Morse signal light is needed to send a signal from the ship, and the object, blah blah blah. This is the control room of another ship. I need to go have another look. Maybe there are more switches. Isn't that called an Aldous lamp?
What a stupid game, but I guess that's right in line with what I'd expect from you. Noah, let's finish this once and for all. It looks like I have to make sure the whole Morse signal light and foghorn systems are working before proceeding to the next step. There's only emergency power left on this boat, so I'll need to go down to the power room to restart the generator if possible. Let's take a look at what's in any of those other rooms, places, things.
Pressure-resistant flange seat. A standard flange base of good quality. The opposite deck is a complete mess. A large number of gears can be seen through the windows, and they look like they were recently installed. Pinion. Clever little handmade gear. No, it's just that again. Is there a problem with the engine? Let's see here. The pressure meter isn't working. It must be broken. Ah, another control panel. Cool. Oh, that's all that was.
Pretty dreary place.
This gear transmission chain leads to the cabin up there. Could it be?
These gear groups were built for easier shipping and dismantling of deserted boats, but the guy with the mask must have altered them for some purpose.
The cabin up there does have something to do with the searchlight on the other side. It looks like we have to make the transmission chain run normally in order to receive the searchlight signal in the cabin.
It looks like you're not quite as stupid as I thought. I noticed that every time he tested the searchlight up there, a green light will shine here.
Yes, when these gear groups are connected correctly to the cabin up there, the green light will shine, which is a very useful clue.
I'm only helping you because I want that guy to leave my ship alone. Invalid item. Guess not. Shell of a boat accumulator. Okay, let's see if having the light on will,
What? A robot corpse? Was he the scavenger?
He used to be the engineer for this boat, but he became a wanderer after this place was closed down, and he sometimes talks to me. He stopped moving after his internal core started to leak a couple of years ago, so you'd better leave him as he is.
Do you not like other people coming onto this ship?
He knows the beauty of the Destiny fire better than you do. You humans only care about the next big thing. Flash cars? Flying through Sky City. A transmitting gear taken out of a burnt puppet with a robot's pattern on it and the code P2 19.
Parts to repair the pressure meter have been collected. Now I need to find a workbench to repair it. I need to find a workbench and repair it.
A working pressure meter. Find a workbench. Interesting.
The boat's power has been completely restored, and now power can be distributed to more devices simultaneously.
How do I get over there? Oh. Brr!
The puppet. Looks like a new trick. A room card. 1023. Wait. This is the missing room card from the case of the Scott Hotel. No, I used it to get in the room then.
Score?
Looks like this is the key to open the containers up there. Let's go up there. Maybe there are other surprises for me.
No, wait, the umbrella landed right there. I wonder if it's going to be useful for anything. Ah. Rocker? Special control bar made with an umbrella handle. No warranty. Is this Dr. Edward? Congratulations, the murderer is captured. The murderer is dead and cannot answer for his crimes. However, I have helped Mr. Detective and made him confess. It was he who kidnapped the robot innocents and conducted terrible experiments. But these are not his worst crime. His worst crime was going against my will. If this note is correct, then the missing underbridge robots were indeed the work of the Doctor, and Nanko was right. Noah and Dr. Edward seem to have been working together for a long time. The Doctor must have played an important role in making the nanofluid and implanting devices to manipulate robots. Noah, having abandoned the Doctor at this stage, suggests that his plan is almost complete. But the Doctor seems to have been killed last night, so this means somebody else made the sculpture? There's nothing else for me to do except dance to Noah's tune. Maybe then he'll reveal himself. What's next? Making the signal receiver work properly. Giant cyborg rat. A giant mechanical rat barely able to move due to indigestion caused by ingesting too much energy. This gear transmission chain is connected directly to the cabin up there, and only by operating it correctly can we receive the signals from the searchlight from the other side. This device seems to be able to change the transmission route of the gears. The gears on the left seem to be connected to the cabin above, and the gears on the right should control the lift next to it. The life has reached the bottom level? Oh, there we go. Oh, wait. There appears to be something over there. Or not. Unknown metals, an unusual red color. Those gears are spinning opposite each other. They goofed. Okay, that's all three. I better head over to the receiving cabin. It seems like there's some activity over there. Cracked the puzzle you left me. Now let's see what exactly it is you're trying to do. This is what I saw in my hallucination before. So many dead bodies. It seems that Noah's experiments have never stopped.
Ever since that unlabeled parcel at the beginning of this journey, Noah has been laying a trap to bring me in deeper and deeper. What could he want? This is it. It ends right here, right now. Long time no see, detective.
Chapter 4, The End in the Mist.
Where am I? I remember repairing myself, and now I'm in a sewer? Noah. That's right, he attacked me from behind with that scythe? I'm surprised how much restoration this crappy machine was able to do. Falling from such height, my body was almost shattered. I have to get back to that sculpture. Noah must be stopped. How do I get there, though? I don't even know where I am. William, why are you... Oh yeah, you did me a big favor earlier. What are you trying to tell me? Are you going to take me somewhere? You were able to find me, so you should know how to get back up there. Let's go, little fella. That's the way. Sculpture. This is the place. Good on you, William. You'll get a nice reward after all this. I was attacked by Noah here. He might still be around. I must be vigilant. Well, let's start with this sculpture. Sound. Ugh, my head. This feels... Huh? What's going on? It's gone, the sculpture and everything. Don't tell me I was just hallucinating. I thought contact with an implant device was the only way to trigger a hallucination, but this time, a perfect hallucination was created without one. And Noah was lurking inside this hallucination. First things first, let's inspect this device.
Signal projector with implant devices as the core, capable of projecting hallucination signal waves. It has been destroyed by William.
The core of this weird device is the same as the implanted device inside Brank's brain. Is this thing creating the hallucinations?
Instead of creating hallucinations, I think this thing is more like a signal projector. The core receives external signals, amplifies them, and then projects them.
Huh? Why are you here? I thought you couldn't leave that old ship.
I noticed that little thing you have on you has an amazingly large storage capacity, so I decided to follow you and check out how you deal with that guy in the mask. But once I got here, I felt a strange electrical disturbance and got stuck in that little thing. I was coding my way out when suddenly I was free to leave.
The little thing you mentioned. You were inside the badge from Lola? When I got here, the badge lost signal. The disturbance you're talking about must be from this device, right?
Yes, this device has been receiving and amplifying some sort of electrical wave, but that should only influence robots. You seem to have a strong reaction to it, though. Is most of your body mechanical? What a rare success story.
Why does everyone know about my physical condition? Never mind, it seems like Noah made this thing as a trap for me.
This electrical wave may continue influencing your special little brain. You need to be careful. I can see it's much less stable than when we first met.
It's hard to describe, but I think I can feel the disturbance in my mind. Hey, the badge suddenly activated. This signal must be sent from Charles.
The signal came from the elevator shaft on the right. The signal is faint, but it's definitely there.
Okay, let's go have a look. I hope Noah didn't put that old man on the experiment bench. Thanks, little fella. I think it's time I promoted you to being my full-time partner. That means when I give orders, you can follow them. But it's going to get very dangerous from now on, so you should head back home. If something happens to you because of me, your little girlfriend Elizabeth wouldn't stop pissing in my plant pots. This elevator looks creepy. Is it still working? Where is this elevator taking me? Charles's signal is getting stronger. Noah was researching far more than just nanofluid and implant devices. If that signal projector is truly what the captain described, then even without coming into contact with an implant device, it could influence the minds of robots everywhere. This elevator went down pretty far, way below the bottom of the ship. This is a giant underground factory, which seems to have been abandoned a long time ago. This path is blocked by fungi. Better stay away from it. I have never seen this kind of fungus before. The mushroom umbrella looks like a balloon. It's so thin. Looks like it might... What? Slightest shock is enough to set off these fungi. I wonder whether these spores can do anything.
Inhale these spores if you want to die. These fungi have been exposed to nuclear waste, so their spores are full of poison. You see a lot when you're attached to a ship for years with nothing to do.
Could you give me a warning before you just appear? Seems like you're familiar with this place.
I am an AI with access to a database so massive you couldn't even imagine. This was an underground factory during the human-robot war, long forgotten by time. Be careful. Several entries warned of creatures sighted in the depths.
These kinds of abandoned factories remind me of Noah's old hideouts. He liked building bases deep in the world's dark places. No one knows how long this underground factory has been abandoned. It's been completely overrun by fungi. Fluid drips from this discarded tank. It has a strong smell, like a combustion aid. Is it an isobutyl lithium complex? I can't unscrew it. Looks like I need professional tools to turn this valve.
Looks like you found an abandoned operating room. But everything is broken here. A trash dump, you humans would call it.
From my experience, you should never underestimate trash.
Come to think of it, you made lots of tools with the trash on my ship, Mr. Junk Collector.
I thought you were absolutely in love with the Destiny Fire, and now you're calling it trash?
I can call it trash, but no one else can. Main wrench valve. Or main valve wrench.
It says main valve on the handle. It seems like it can unscrew the outside valve.
Broken emergency lamp. The glass interior layer is intact, so things can be poured into it.
This broken emergency light might come in handy. This main tube leads directly outside, but no air is coming through it. Other tubes must be channeling the air.
A light valve cutting device, which can be installed and dismantled as required. Oh.
This tube channels the steam. I need a valve to turn off the steam transmission.
Hey, Rose.
Nothing happened. It looks like this tube is still blocked. I need to figure out a way to direct the air from inside the workshop into this tube.
I think I need more than what I have so far.
The way down is completely blocked by fungi. How can I get rid of it?
The flaming bottle set off the fungi spores. Looks like the toxic fog is going to hang around for a while, though. What's your plan?
You seem to enjoy seeing me in trouble. I have to get rid of this spore fog.
I'm not enjoying it. Make good use of the tube behind you. The steam coming out of it can disperse the fog quickly.
Blow the fog away. Classic.
And there's our second valve.
The spore fog is too dense. I can't go down.
Thank you.
Oof. Looks like the air has been directed into the main tube. Let's go have a look.
Oh, my tailbone.
Whoosh. The fog has been driven away. Now I can go down. The badge activated again. This must be the right way. Just follow the signal. What is a holographic message doing in a place like this? It must have been left by Noah. What the hell is he up to?
The purification begins with this stubborn woman rejecting the fusion. She is lucky to have her sins washed away so she can welcome Basan first. I shall lead the vessel to bear the baptism of the 4 great sacrifices, and engrave the god's decree upon the body of the future. The past ceremonies connect the souls, blessing all who witness Basan. Illusions connect our thoughts, electric waves guide the transmission, and when he realized the truth, the man with the mirror was no longer himself. May you pass the final test, and I will be waiting for you in the depths of Light Lake.
A long, rambling paragraph full of contradictions. He is getting crazier. Huh? Where did that beep come from? Another hallucination? Huh? This place transformed into a kitchen. This is a hallucination, without a doubt. This scene is the crime scene of the Alta State case. Noah's first ever murder. The start of all his evil. The victims of this case were a housewife and 2 small-town robots. At the crime scene, the 3 were discovered to have been killed at the same time, and the body parts of the 3 were made into a combined body in the housewife's kitchen. This combined body was the prototype for all the sculptures created afterwards. Noah was still a newbie at the time, but back to practical matters. Another hallucination means another signal projector. I should find it somehow. This sculpture. There was no such thing at the original crime scene. Is it a human? 3 holes in the throat, abdomen, and waist. Maybe I need to fill the holes to break through this hallucination. In all of Noah's cases, organs of the victims were found missing. The seal is gone. Where does this door lead to? There are some traveling and baking photos on the fridge. The victim was quite popular in town, but she had something against roverism and was repeatedly found clashing with robot believers. Wait, this is Cheryl's dressing room. This is the crime scene where Noah committed the Singer sculpture murder on July 3rd, 2126. The murderer killed Cheryl and her robot assistant, and made their bodies into the sculpture of Basan the White 1 hour before Cheryl was scheduled to go on stage. Has Noah recreated this hallucination to relive the crimes he committed? The hallucinations are becoming more and more clear. Is this because I've stayed in it too long? I have to break through Noah's maze first.
Cheryl's gloves. In addition to Cheryl's DNA, another set of DNA was detected. However, the owner could not be identified due to unusual hereditary genetic information.
These blood-stained lace gloves were very important evidence. In addition to Cheryl's DNA, some dissolved skin tissue was found. The DNA of this skin tissue was very confusing. We concluded that the murderer suffered from a genetic disease characterized by decomposing skin. Judging from the fact that the murderer wore the female singer's gloves, we deduced that the murderer might have had some kind of obsession with wearing their victims' clothing in order to become them. Now I'm hallucinating a bird.
Sweetheart, hope you break a leg. I will prepare a big celebration banquet on the roof of the company building for you, and my family will be there too. They can't wait to see you. I hope you wear the necklace I gave you last week. My driver will pick you up after the show. Always yours, Christopher.
Cheryl's lover would come visit her with a bouquet of flowers before every show. He was a successful man and helped her quite a bit in her career. People say Cheryl was hard to live with, but she was extremely gentle to her flower-bearing lover. After Cheryl's murder, he was completely broken and would never be the same. A broken wine glass. According to the investigation, Cheryl had a habit of drinking before her shows. There are lip prints on the glass. Cheryl's drink was also found at the crime scene. It contained 60% alcohol and some anesthetic component. It's believed Noah put the anesthetic in the drink. Another bird. A vintage record player, which Noah used to play the soundtrack of Cheryl's recent album, probably to cover up her screams. The device doesn't play anymore, probably the result of the witness hurrying out of the room and knocking it over. I need to adjust the right texture, tone, and pitch to reproduce Cheryl's voice. Let me try turning the knobs on the bass. This is Cheryl's voice. It was this recording that Noah used to buy himself some time to commit the crime. Cheryl's arrogance also assured Noah's success. She allowed no one to interrupt her when she was alone. That's why the staff waited until 5 minutes before the show to knock on her door, only to find the horrifying scene. Yet another bird. A white bird erupts whenever I find a clue related to the case. I think that's it for this case. Are these white birds some sort of tally? Maybe something will happen now. The missing poster was something the police were searching for, but it was never found. When I saw it in Brank's place, I knew Noah was back. This is a sculpture of Basan the White, one of the 7 embodiments of Basan. Legend claims that Basan once turned himself into a poet wearing a white robe, and took away arrogant people's communicators, making it impossible for them to call for help. The sculpture stands for humility during communication. The police only realized this was an embodiment of Basan when they saw the religious symbol of Basan left at the crime scene. Noah, did you create all this just to make me appreciate your masterpieces one last time?
The sharp cries of the arrogant must be cleared away. Basan cleaned up these stains before his arrival using my hand. The singing voice of the sinners will live in me, so that I can praise the miracles of Basan.
Noah, stop your nonsense. All you ever wanted was to replace your diseased organs with the healthy ones stolen from your victims. You say Cheryl's arrogance killed her, but what crime did that robot assistant commit?
Cheryl's assistant suffered from her abuse, his humbleness a contrast to the singer's arrogance. I didn't kill anyone. I was just Combining them, human and robot, the arrogant and the humble, are merged into one under the will of Basan.
The investigator collected remains of the two bodies in the sculpture and claimed to have retrieved every piece of Cheryl's body. However, I found subtle cutting marks on the neck, which are much finer than the rough cutting found on the rest of the sculpture. By analyzing the forensic records, I found Cheryl's throat missing, which everyone else neglected to notice. Another door, another crime scene. Let's get this done. This stage is the secret function room on a cruise ship, the crime scene of the high sea cruise case on the 29th of January 2127. The senior officials were parading around robots and freaks when they were killed. It turned out Noah was the real headliner in this freak show. This had the most victims among all of Noah's murder cases. Everyone, the performers and audience, was pieced together into a sculpture. The result was so gruesome that even the most stone-faced police officer was shaken to his core. The secret function room was equipped with a state-of-the-art ventilation system. The senior officials liked to add recreational drugs into the filtering system. Noah took advantage of this. The operation unit of the ventilation system was purposefully destroyed, so we'll need to fix the internal circuits to adjust the fan. Done. The sweet smell of success. Investigators extracted some kind of poisonous nerve gas from the air filter, explaining how Noah put more than 40 people down by himself. Noah supposedly made this poisonous nerve gas himself. People who inhaled the gas were not able to move their bodies, but remained totally conscious. Was this some kind of retribution for the audience? During this freak show, the audience wore bizarre masks, hiding their true identities so they could enjoy the sick and twisted performances. There was one mask missing from the scene. Who would have guessed many years later the missing mask would turn up on Square Street? Basan's symbol had been left on the mask wall. This was the first time Noah left this symbol at a crime scene. This clue made us realize that all the sculptures we found before were embodiments of Basan, which later led us to find out about roverism. This is where the officials imprisoned the performers. They searched all over for freaks and robots, keeping them here in captivity and putting on freak shows regularly. Later investigation found that several missing cases were linked to the board of officials. Scanning completed. Although it looks old, this is actually a rather advanced lock. By analyzing the fingerprints on the buttons, we figured out the password, and I still remember one button was put in twice in a row. These are the collars made for the performers, on which some dissolved skin tissue was found. The DNA collected was quite similar to the DNA found at the female singer crime scene. The DNA found on the collar is similar to the one found at the female singer crime scene, but the sequence was more messy, which means Noah's skin decomposing problem was getting worse. Noah must have blended in with the freaks after he arranged everything, and performed in the show as a special guest. The 3 white birds representing the key clues are all lit up now, so here comes another horrible sculpture. The sculpture is of the Messenger of Garden, another of Bison's embodiments. This embodiment walked through the courtyard of the gods and presented himself in front of both humans and robots, driving out the evil indulgences, suppressing them, and bringing God's electric wave to all forms of life. These murdered officials represented the indulgent, while Cheryl, in the female singer case, represented the arrogant. Noah's crimes followed the prophecies and legends of Bison's religious sect.
Indulgent spirits are lost in the filth, and people who find pleasure in the grotesque will be exiled by me into the abyss. Detective, without me, the sins of these people will never be purified.
Purified? You killed everyone at the scene, robots and freaks included. They suffered through so much pain only to be murdered by you. Your so-called purification is nothing but a crazy massacre.
Both the indulgent and the abused are guilty. Only by combining the two could we neutralize the sin and restore balance. Both sides have found peace under Bison's guidance.
Don't try to excuse your crime. Among all the victims, Noah only took a software developer's liver. If I hadn't found out about the condition Noah suffered from, I probably never would have discovered the motive for his crimes. A new door appears. One by one, these crime scenes match things left behind by Noah. The poster, the mask, then the next scene will be... I was right. The 1st of April, 2127, Scott Hotel Room, 1023 in New Sinew City. A case I especially don't want to recall. The victims were a family of 4 who came for a holiday at Dolphin Park. A mild genetic modification in the father led to a severe genetic disease in the daughter. They kept the disease a secret from the girl, wishing to first fulfill the girl's dream of seeing a dolphin. They weren't expecting to meet Noah. A robot staff from the hotel was also murdered. I'm sorry, but there are no successful cures for your daughter's genetic disease. Although your husband has only been mildly genetically modified, the probability of your offspring developing genetic disease was still high. The patient's organs have developed massive lesions, and she has an estimated 4 to 5 months of life remaining. Again, I'm so sorry. Why must our girl suffer through so much pain? We should have never listened to the propaganda of that company. Mild genetic alteration will not lead to hereditary disease. Our naivety ruined our daughter, my little Elisa. I hope to fulfill her dream in her final days, to see a dolphin. This is the only thing we can do for her.
Get some rest in the room. The kids are loving the hotel pool.
Honey, I feel less carsick after I had some water. Honey, we've been picked as the lucky guests tonight. They will give Elisa a personalized dolphin trip. Call the kids back now.
The husband was called back to the room by his wife's text message, and then murdered by Noah. The evidence suggests that the wife was already dead when the text was sent.
Brand new? Sure doesn't look it. Oh, with one of its eyes ripped off. Elisa is stitched on its back.
A fuzzy bunny rabbit toy with one eye missing. Noah lured me into his trap, step by step, using the victim's doll. He seems to know what I care about most of all. This is his specialty. Discover the most vulnerable part of someone, then break them down slowly and methodically. This gift can never be given back to its owner. They had been through so much pain, so much despair. A hotel staff uniform stained with blood. Noah dressed up as hotel staff to enter the room, kill the wife, and then call back the other family members using the wife's cell phone, only to kill them as well. The white birds are all lit up now, which means the sculpture from that case will appear soon. I really don't want to recall what happened on that day. This is the sculpture of the White Feather King, another of Bassan's embodiments, which can reveal all lies and barriers. The meaning of this sculpture was used as Noah's motivation to kill.
I will rip off the masks of false performers. Hypocrites who hide truth from each other will be punished. Hiding the truth from their own child to create a false happiness. Hypocrisy. It is their selfish act of genetic modification that led to the incurable disease, and they pretended to be loving and struggling parents. Deceit is against Bassan's will. I reveal the truth. I fulfill the oracle of fusion. Combined together, their disease is shared, and therefore the disease is no more.
Nonsense. All you do is kill innocent people while you hide behind your mask.
You gradually step closer and closer to the realm of God, towards his highest palace. I received salvation here, and so shall you. Repent in the realm of God. Your spirit gradually thins out. The vessel is synchronizing. You do not notice, but the person in the mirror has secretly begun to change.
I have obtained the last organ. Ugh, pain in my head. This strange wavelength. I can't stand it. I feel desperate. I feel hopeless. I feel insane. Synchronizing. The person in the mirror has secretly begun to change. Noah mentioned the vessel several times. His crazy words must be leading toward something else. What madness awaits me now?
I'm going to look in the mirror first.
A giant Bassan symbol was drawn on the mirror with the wife's lipstick. It looks like an open wound. I'm back at the first crime scene. I need to put the recovered organs back into place. Hallucination. Gone, huh? The signal projector. Just like what I saw in the abandoned ship cabin. The hallucination didn't just appear out of thin air. This is the device that's causing it. like the moment I entered this ventilation room, I fell into the hallucination created by Noah. Noah made me see all the old crime scenes. For what?
How do you like the memory album I made especially for you? The two of us have had so many beautiful times together. I was hoping you could disrupt one of my plans at least once. You disappointed me.
You've finally shown your true colors, Noah. No more hiding?
Hiding? I've been planning something fun deeper underground, and I was thinking of inviting you, my old friend, to have a look. I don't know whether you can stop me this time.
Noah's been using this device to give me hallucinations, and it is still running. I need to get out of here fast. I can't believe there's an abandoned sanctuary here, and the stained glass on the wall is... Basan? Who would build something like this in such a gloomy place underground?
This used to be an underground factory during the human-robot war, where robots and poor people worked day and night. It must have been abandoned after the war. Records suggest people continued to hide here. If a god came to these people and told them he was happy to accept them, it is not surprising they would build a sanctuary for him.
Why did you turn up out of nowhere again? I could have used a friendly face back there.
A strong interruptive wave was holding me back, like I said before, but if you stay away from those signal projectors, the wave disappears.
Welcome to Basan's holy sanctuary. This is the realm of God. Repent your sins to ensure you are a clean vessel. This is a requirement.
Stop talking nonsense. I figured out how you made those hallucinations. Without the hallucination, you can't do anything.
Have you figured it out? Am I a hallucination now? Is this holy place a hallucination? Or everything you have seen after you fell is only a sweet dream I have created for you?
I'm suddenly a bit, lightheaded. I think I need something to drink. I'll be right back. Maybe a snack, too. Oh, my foot's asleep.
I'm done listening to your bullshit. All I need to know is that this gun is real. What? The bullet can't hurt him. Am I still hallucinating?
Mr. Detective, are you going to hurt me a second time with that gun?
You idiot, the interruptive source is on that bird-faced person. I can feel it. Use your brain.
I didn't expect you to bring this annoying captain with you. If you are not ready to repent your sins, then I'll have purify you myself.
The wave interference is causing his figure to shift in and out of view. I need to think of a way to take out the entire area. Yes, the chandelier, not the chandelier down.
Damn it.
Did I get him? Let's go have a look. Damn it, did he escape again? What is this?
Noah's sickle with a small signal projector installed on the handle.
Noah's sickle with a signal projector. Now I understand. He's using the hallucinations to mask his true body. There is some robot replenishing liquid, clear in color, not yet oxidized. Must have leaked out of a robot not long ago. Did Noah turn himself into a mechanical being? If so, he'll be more difficult to handle. Anyway, Noah must have been wounded and can't have gone too far. I need to hurry up. An old Roverist book. It probably has the prophecy of Bassan's return.
Bassan the goddess will return to Earth on the day when the moon disappears. The goddess collects the frequencies of all the gods and burns them into her circuits. With a holy flower made from melted silicon crystal on the head, her holy body is surrounded by the voice of praise. The sharp claws of the goddess made the guards in the courtyard of the gods bow their heads, allowing her to cross the garden and return to the earth. The shapeless body needs a body, half flesh and blood, half mechanical fusion. This combination will carry the will of Bassan's, and
these people and this disturbing sound. Am I hallucinating again?
What are you talking about? What hallucination? There's nothing. I can't detect any interruptive signal.
You can't see it? It looks like you were right when you said these hallucinations will affect my brain permanently. I'm seeing the aftermath of the hallucinations.
The fluctuations in your little head do seem more chaotic now.
Those crime scenes weren't created just to make me recall past events. but to drag me inside the hallucinations. Looks like the situation is worse than expected. I need to get this over with quickly.
This colorful window is a painting of the second holy mark, Twist, representing the exchange of spatial position. There's not much known about this holy mark. Are the other ones bop and pull? Directions. Foul-smelling wastewater, shining with different colors, is flowing in the fountain.
Noah was wounded by the chandelier. This is my chance. I've got to get after him in the second elevator. Noah must have used this platform, then brought down this trash heap to obstruct my pursuit. Damn it, I'll need to cycle the platform so I can jump across. Oh, wait a second. That's it. I can jump over the platforms now. Noah used this elevator to escape. From the way he was moving, he's been badly wounded.
God knows what traps he has prepared for you down there. Be careful.
Why are you so sweet to me all of a sudden? You're not worried about me, are you?
You wish, Detective Dumbass. If you die here, I would be stuck inside this little badge, and it doesn't have much power left.
The elevator door is stuck.
Oh my. Biological breeding tubes. Looks like someone has been doing genetic experiments. My database categorizes this as deeply illegal, banned science.
I'm not surprised. Noah is a fanatic for genetic experimentation. I can't believe we found his base so quickly.
There's only one elevator exit, which means the bird-faced man didn't come through here. Besides, I don't sense any wave signals around, so we should be safe.
I can't lower my guard. Let's check this place out first.
Number 4 copy report. The hand proliferates into whisker-like granulation, adhesion of upper mucosal tissue, E-grade defective product. Atrophy below the thoracic cavity, missing internal organs, F-grade defective product. There is significant reversion. The leg tissue is not completely differentiated. The mandible appears to be gill tissue, alveolar vesicles, E-grade defective product. The legs develop into tumor-like tissues. Some internal organs are missing, E-grade defective product. Mesoderm development is out of control. Muscle and systemic circulatory system is disordered and proliferated. F-grade defective product. The blastocyst stage is damaged by fungal radiation. The gene fragments are completely chaotic, and the adult body is completely composed of proliferating cells. F-level defective product. The tip of the spine is split, which leads to parallel proliferation on the head. All heads lack brainstem tissues. E-level defective product. Body copying is mostly successful, and some small defects can be repaired through plastic surgery. However, the development of the prefrontal lobe of the brain is abnormal, thus unable to carry out consciousness transference. A-grade defective product. The ocular genes and other genes are co-transcribed, and the internal organs are replaced with tissue cells such as conjunctiva lens. E-grade defective product.
A lab. Is this where Noah conducted all his twisted experiments?
The badge is making noise again. The signal is very strong this time. This Charles you're looking for should be close by.
I hope that old man is okay. Can you sense hallucination interference nearby?
No hallucination interference here. However, there are so many complicated electronic devices in the lab. I'm sensing that the wave bands on many of these devices have been encrypted. There must be a lot of secrets here.
Secrets, eh? We've lost Noah for the time being, so let's at least figure out what he's been researching these past 13 years. A strange device with colorful signal lights on it. This must be equipment for handling cargo. Why was it installed here? Don't touch it yet. There might be a switch somewhere.
A diagram explaining the relationship between the nanoliquid and the signal projector.
So, the robot's actions are controlled by an external signal. The implanted devices in their brains are both the input mechanism for nanofluid and the receiver of external control signals. The signal projector that produces hallucinations must be an enhanced version of these implanted devices. It can receive Noah's hallucination signals, magnify them, and project them. Was it designed for people who don't have implanted devices in their brain, like me?
The blueprint for a consciousness transmission device. This huge machine can be used to interrupt people's brainwave frequency.
Consciousness transmission device. It seems to be able to interrupt consciousness by enhancing brainwaves. Those devices we saw are only receivers. This machine here is what's really creating the hallucinations.
Date of admission, 31/9/2127. Patient number 2. Wait, there's not 31 days in September. Preliminary diagnosis, an infection caused by a gunshot wound and a severe genetic disease. The patient was originally found in the East District sewers. He was transferred to a sterile incubation pool to maintain his chance of survival. Targeted medicine was used to control symptoms, and the patient himself proposed special medical and chemical theories. Due to these theories, the treatments for Luna and patient 2 were adjusted. Consciousness implantation has become the leading...
Looks like Doc Edwards saved Noah's life, and he's been working with Noah ever since. If only he had known what the final result would be.
A giant life support device. It wasn't easy transporting such sophisticated equipment here. The whole thing is covered with with a heavy metal curtain. That's got to be an important detail.
Could Noah be hiding here? This life support device has way too much encryption for me to crack. Can you open the metal curtain?
No, the encryption method is quite advanced. I can't do it either.
Let's investigate further. Maybe we can find a way to open it.
A vivid orange nanofluid. It looks the same as the fluid found at Brank's place. A research note on nanofluid. Mechanism. It invades electronic brains via nanorobot liquid, turns off the independent consciousness program, and at the same time uses the spark implant to control the behaviors of mechanical bodies. Achievements. Currently, it is completely possible to control robots injected with nanoliquid. The only drawback is that the efficacy of the nanofluid reduces quickly. Extended control requires a continuous injection. Questions. The spark implant was found in the brain of the robot provided by patient 2. This device has the ability to break through an electronic brain's defenses. More functions have been developed in subsequent studies. However, the origin of the device remains a mystery, and patient 2 refuses to disclose more information.
As I suspected, nanofluid and the implanted devices work in tandem, and Doc Edwards' name for the implant is Spark?
Patient name, Luna. Preface. The patient began showing symptoms in the 5th year of marriage and was diagnosed with a hereditary genetic disease. During the early stage, chemotherapy suppressed the symptoms, but the effects of the genetic disease on the organs gradually spread. During the middle stage, parts of the patient's organs were replaced with artificial organs, and the patient had to survive inside a sterile life support cabin. With the technical support of patient 2, attempts are being made to project Luna's brainwaves into a robot using Spark. Backup, cloning Luna with somatic cells and brainwave transmission into an organic vessel afterward.
Luna, the doctor's wife. The experimental subjects in the test tube workshop were for her. The doctor wanted to transfer his wife's consciousness into a new body. Was the person I met at the clinic before actually a clone cultivated here?
Purple, yellow, orange, green, blue.
Pyogb. The operation prompt for the chain console. I should try replicating this pattern.
A glass tube filled with nanoliquid. It seems far more active than the fluid from before. Is this an enhanced version? Immersed in the liquid are organs and tissues growing in conjunction with machinery. Noah has been researching human-machine integration. Some unknown tissues lacking a discernible shape. This large storage server must contain Noah's research. However, the data could self-destruct if broken into. This large okay. That's not what I wanted. There. Building secret passageways so far underground. This is so like Noah. Sly and cautious. I can sense the signal again. Charles must be close by. Huh? These clothes. The delivery guy who gave me the parcel was wearing these. Everything began with that parcel. Is this the elevator? Yes, the robot replenishing liquid is fresh, so it must be the elevator Noah used to escape. Damn it, he made a shortcut to his secret corridor. What? What? This is Noah's black robe. How come it was left here? Looks like he was badly hurt. The replenishing liquid disappeared here. That guy must be...
Let me out! Please! Anyone!
Hear that? Someone's calling for help behind the door.
It's Charles. Thank God he's still alive. Are he and Noah both behind that door?
I only sense one organic life, but there is indeed another unusual wave. Be careful when you go in there.
Bastard! Let me out! Edward, think about what you're doing!
Charles! Thank God you're still alive.
Who's there? Detective Rex, it's you! Wow, am I lucky. How did you find this place? Come on, get me out.
This is Doc Edwards' diary.
Oh. Blah. Blah. The weirdest thing happened today. I found a bird-faced man in the sewer near the clinic. He was weak, near death, severe wounds, infections, and genetic diseases ate away at his body. Huddled in that sewage, he might have died at any moment, but he didn't even ask me for help. Instead, the masked face said, "You need me." And he was right. He can help me cure Luna. This Noah has accumulated a vast knowledge of chemistry and biology, and most importantly, he possesses the kind of madness that goes hand in hand with using long-band technologies. I saved him as much as I can, and in return, the bird-faced man has guided me step by step to resurrect my Luna. I didn't want to hurt those robots, but, well, I had no choice. I failed to transfer Luna's thoughts into the original subjects. Only the memories made it into the subjects. Luna's personality was not transplanted successfully. Today we had a breakthrough. That monster is truly a genius. By using spark and nanoliquid, we managed to actually control robots. Nobody will believe it. We used a consciousness transmission device to remotely send signal waves and transmit consciousness into the robots' bodies. Although it's not perfected yet, I can only currently control those robots remotely. More work needed to save Luna. Consciousness transmission device. It's a brainwave amplifying and transmitting device based on spark, which transfers the user's consciousness to another receiver. When the receiver is human, only the user's memory can be transmitted because of the block from the special personality that is unique to human beings. I'm working day and night now, and always that monster is there at my shoulder. At this stage, consciousness transmission onto mechanical receivers is under development. Obstacles in the research. The user of the transmission device can only project part of his consciousness onto the mechanical receiver, just enough to initiate a kind of remote control. But this is not enough. Failure. But although the test subject experiment failed, I improved that consciousness transmission device. Luna, you will soon return to me with a mechanical body. I haven't told the monster about this. He's just using me, and the robots controlled by sparks seem to have gone beyond my control too. I have a plan. Once the experiment is over, I will take you away from this country to an unknown island. Let that monster go to hell. This robot. From the wounds on the body, it was probably dressed up as the Noah I attacked earlier. Where is that man? Wait, I remember this robot. Yes, Angela, the missing waitress from the Fantasy Jellyfish. I was way too drunk to even remember taking that job. Why her? Where's the real Noah? The wave fluctuation from her is the same as the bird-faced man we saw earlier. The nanoliquid must be controlling her, and repairing her wounded body gradually. I have to stop it now. I wouldn't waste your time. Once this equipment starts running, it seems it cannot be stopped. In order to prevent accidents, the robot is locked in the machine. That bastard. He only uses innocent people. Let's get Charles out first. Maybe he knows how to stop the device. Crowbar. Is this my photo on that board? This information is from back when I first returned to Starlight City after my mechanization was completely stabilized. Thanks to Abel's sacrifice at the Apocalypse Garden incident, I wouldn't even be alive today. Wait, what? Has Noah been studying me all this time? I think the editors changed phrasing partway through that sentence. What the... Noah refers to me as a vessel in the records, and the date circled in red is the date when I received the parcel. He's been after me since the beginning. Vessel. It's got some pretty old equipment there. Freaking first generation iMac. The document next to the device says beta-type consciousness transmission device. It can enhance brain waves, interrupt other people's consciousness, and eventually infuse self-consciousness onto a receptor, controlling that person. This seems to be an unfinished product still under testing. If Noah and the doctor had succeeded in perfecting this machine, they would be able to control absolutely anyone. Human, robot, it wouldn't matter. Phew! Well, you're not controlled anymore. What is this place? Who are you? Don't be afraid, little girl. I have already temporarily suppressed the nanofluid's control over you, and I'll give you a good cleaning up when we get back to my workshop. Thank God you're here, Charles. Her name is Angela.
She's been under control since being kidnapped by the doctor. She was even dressed up as Noah earlier.
Detective, I am completely shocked by this affair. This was the work of Edward and that Noah guy. Once I checked the sample you gave me, I knew it was Edward who made it. He is very talented when it comes to nanorobots. I couldn't imagine After so many years, I couldn't imagine him making such a terrifying thing.
Hurry up. That spooky doctor, if he comes back...
Don't worry, Angela. The doctor is not going to return.
What? Did you, chat with him?
No. It was Noah, or rather Angela. But this is not important anymore. Doc Edward is gone.
He wasn't like this in the beginning. He did it all for Luna. He was used by that guy because of his love for Luna.
Angela, please, can you tell us anything that could help us find Noah?
Who is Noah? I don't know. I'm so confused right now. I feel like I had the longest dream. I did awful things in the dream, even though I didn't want to. Those humans and robots were all...
Easy, Rex. Let her calm down first. She was just freed from the nanofluid's control. Well, in that case, you and I should go back to the lab, Charles. There's some kind of giant life support tank up there, and I want to crack it open.
Oh, no, that was not Noah. That was... let's go. I'll show you.
Luna.
Yes, the real Luna. Poor thing. Should have guessed. No one could recover from such a horrible genetic disease. It was only last night that I discovered Edward has been maintaining Luna's broken body using this life support equipment. He was planning to transfer his wife's consciousness into a new body using Noah's technology. However, Luna has been tortured spiritually and physically.
Charles, why are you here? And you, the vessel.
You know me? Why the hell do you know anything about me?
All this is because of you. Please stop Edward. He is lost in too deep.
Noah killed Edward.
I warned him. He can't trust that person. This is for the best. At least no more innocent lives will be lost. Charles, please, turn this equipment off. I am in so much pain. I should have died a long time ago, instead of living like a monster, here like this.
Luna, I have known you for so many years. You and Edward were my best friends. What should I do? Friend, tell me, if you were me, what would you do?
I will end her pain. She has been through too much.
Thank you, Detective. Luna will finally be free from pain. Luna will be free, which is the best result. Detective, are you alright? You look like you're in pretty bad shape.
I'm not hurt, but Noah's hallucinations have been influencing me this whole time. I feel more and more strange.
Hallucinations? Can someone without an implanted device be influenced too? You only have half an electronic brain, don't you?
I can tell you about that.
Angela, are you feeling better? Have you remembered anything?
When I was controlled by the, what did you call it, nanofluid, I still had some hold of my own consciousness, so I know something about their plan. All this was done to get you here, beginning when I delivered the parcel to you. They have another machine, but it isn't here. A machine that was designed just for you. Yes, I can remember easier now,
From the moment you first touched the device in the parcel, each touch pulls you deeper and deeper into the hallucinations, and each hallucination was designed specifically to synchronize your brain waves to that machine. According to what they said, if the synchronization is allowed to finish, your own consciousness will be erased, and your body will
become the vessel for Noah. Huh, this is ridiculous. All this was done for my broken body.
Your body is very special. Looks like you're not aware of what your body can do. Your body is something people dream to have. According to Angela, you must stop entering the hallucinations. If you're robbed of your body, then who knows what Noah will do.
Noah. Every day he's allowed to walk free on this planet, more people will be deceived and hurt. I can't let this continue.
I see you've made up your mind. If you're this determined to beat him, then there must be a way. After I was captured, Edward shared a lot of the research about consciousness transmission. Now, I reckon that the consciousness transmission device can work both ways.
Charles, what are you getting at?
When you're dragged into the hallucinations, you are connected with that equipment, or you're connected with the person who is controlling that equipment. Aha! And if your will is strong enough, you might be able to influence the consciousness of that person instead.
You mean I can alter the hallucinations?
Yes, but it won't be easy. You better think it through before meeting Noah. I don't know who this Noah is, but that doctor took that elevator deep down below, deeper than I've ever been.
Hiding even deeper underground? That's where my final battle is. How will you deal with the research? It can't fall into the wrong hands.
Don't worry, I'll take care of it. This nanofluid was originally developed for good purposes, even if that good purpose was forgotten along the way. About that consciousness transmission device, when you find Noah, please, just destroy it. Are you comfortable with what you're about to do? I am sorry, Mr. Detective. I hurt you, but it was not of my own will.
Never mind. I'm used to being hurt by beautiful women. Your friend Braden will be thrilled to know you're still alive.
Braden? Who is that? Maybe I haven't got all my memory back yet.
That's a little concerning.
Oh, what are you doing here?
Me? I need some air after being stuck in that badge for so long. But, Detective Dumbass, watch out, okay? To me, it seems like everything is a big trap designed for you by whoever this Noah character is. Are you really going to walk right into it?
Of course I am. I will run him down, springing whatever trap he has set along the way.
You sound confident. Maybe you should consider making a copy of your consciousness. That way, if you fail, you can go on with your detective game in Electrode State.
Thanks for your advice, but nah. I'm not interested in Electrode State. The elevator will take me to Noah, but there's no turning back. Ready to go. Noah, I'm coming to rough you up. One last time.
Although I told you it may be possible to fight against the hallucinations, it will be extremely difficult. Think it through.
Don't worry about me, Charles. I've done this before. Now you take Angela and leave as quickly as possible. Captain Ramrod here knows the way out.
Thank you. I'll see you back on the surface, Detective. Be careful, Detective Dumbass. Come back alive. You have to take me back to the Destiny Fire.
Such sweet words from an AI. Maybe I will try and survive after all. Sparkling lake water. This must be the Light Lake that was mentioned in the holographic message. According to Noah, he's expecting me to undergo some kind of test down here. In the most beautiful place lives the darkest soul.
Drifting on the clear lake water, the perfect vessel is purified and brought to me. A body of both flesh and machine will pave the way for Basan's arrival. The time for rebirth has come. I have waited far too long for this. Come here and sing an ode to my new life. The ignorant wanderer, stupid little detective, bow your head and witness Basan's final embodiment, the omniscient judge. Basan's eye comes at my call, and its gaze penetrates those who pretend to be righteous. Come feel the heat that goes into one's soul. Wait, Basan's eye? My memory isn't shot from all that drinking. This stands for the Eye of Punishment that clears hypocrisy. Like Charles said, if I can focus, I can redirect Noah's attacks, or perhaps even use the attacks in my favor. The final game has just started, Detective. Now I shall watch you run from the light, like the insignificant cockroach you are.
Oh, interesting. There. Hey, there we go.
You are good, Detective. I've made the right decision choosing you as the vessel. But your resistance is futile.
Yeah, you're losing the game, Noah. Let's get this over with. Almost.
Those possessing the hubris to challenge God shall fail. Anyone who meets the eye of God shall plummet from the greatest height. Detective, I've had enough with this game. This is where your life ends.
That should do it. Yeah.
No, no, no. I will never lose. How is it possible for you to break through my hallucination? This flesh. Noah, is this how you look now? In a state like this? Are you even a human being anymore? Something must have gone wrong. Bzan makes no mistakes. The ceremony, the doctor, you, these have all been arranged. No, this can't be right. You have been relying on the consciousness transmission device to obtain the power to control others. Noah, your sick and human devices failed to save you, and instead turned you into a monster. Your body belongs to me. My disease is a test from God, for which I was abandoned and despised. I was forced to suffer the most unimaginable pain. Bzan made a deal with me. A new body if I pass the test. A new body. All this is just your own imagination. Noah, stop lying to yourself. Detective, do you think this is the end? I am just a small part of the darkness. As long as robots and humans exist, the cracks will not disappear. Are you curious why robots have that device in their brains? I didn't put the device there. I just made an alteration. There is darkness inside darkness. I am not the only one who wants to turn this ugly world upside down. Who first made the implant device? You will never know, Detective. I am going to Bzan now. As for you, there are bombs everywhere in this place. You will die with me. Blow it up! Blow everything up!
Epilogue. What's past is new.
Beep, beep, beep. Wakey, wakey. It's time to get up.
Jeez, you are so loud. What are you doing, BBX? Do you want to be taken apart and rebuilt?
I need to perform a routine checkup on your mechanical parts. It's 4 days overdue.
Sure, whatever. Just wait for me over there and I'll come to you. Okay, let's get this over and done with.
Body scan in progress. According to the scan, 98% of your mechanical parts are brand new. I can't believe you survived such a massive explosion and even got your old parts replaced with new ones.
You better believe it. Old Charles has got the good stuff. Even parts that are only available in Sky City.
Ah, yes, about our guests. They can't just stay in our house like this. Especially that arrogant little robot. You don't have enough money to support 6 people.
Look, BBX, we talked about this. They have nowhere to go. And the cash situation? Well, we just haven't had a lot of jobs lately.
That's because you keep turning them away. There is a customer this morning waiting for you downstairs. Go have a look and don't say no. And remember to get a deposit this time.
You have a new message. Missed calls 12. So many calls. Looks like Royd hasn't given up. Never mind, let's see what he wants. There'll be trouble if he has to come to me. Hi, Rex, you finally called me back. When are you going to tell me more about that case? I'm under a lot of pressure from my superiors. Don't make this so hard for me. Royd, I've told you everything I know. It was a real miracle the king even let you into the Underbridge district for investigation. Hey, don't play dumb with me. We had a hard time with people in the Underbridge for 2 weeks, but ended up with a pile of relics. Only unknown broken robots, bodies, and fungi. There was a lab down there, wasn't there? I don't know where it came from, but we have information that says what Noah and the doctor were working on was relevant to revolutionary riots. Now, my superiors are going crazy, urging me to investigate anything and everything. They want answers. It looks like you're working very hard, but it's exactly like I told you. I haven't found Noah. I'm just the victim of an explosion. All right, Rex. You're not ready to tell me the truth yet. I really hope you aren't involved in this. You know how sensitive this is for the superiors. Forget it. Look, do you want to have a drink at the Fantasy Jellyfish? I have a friend I'd like you to meet. You're trying to get me drunk so I'll talk? You must be even more desperate than you sound. Well, I'll see you tonight, then.
Hello, Mr. Detective. How have you been? I just want to tell you that without your help, I'd probably still be doing evil deeds under the control of those people. I can't thank you enough. But I'm sad I can't go back to work at the Fantasy Jellyfish or Bellflower House. I haven't once told anyone about Noah or the kidnap, just like you asked me to. People keep asking me where I've been and what I've been up to, which makes me remember. But the whole thing has come to an end. I think I left the Bellflower House just to see the world outside Underbridge. Maybe this is what the real world is like. A world of bad people like Noah and good people like you. I've decided to leave Starlight City to see a bigger world, and I will be sending you postcards during my trip. By the way, I still can't recall who Braden is. Forget about it. He must not be that important.
Oh. I didn't expect this incident to cause such a big aftershock. But it has got me thinking. The Mrs. Perry murder happened before Noah sent me his gift. The timing of the crime and the crime scene evidence both indicate that it wasn't done by Noah. There must be someone else who used the implant device to help the butler robot break the 3 principles. Didn't Noah say something about simply altering devices that were there already? If that's correct, what does the original maker of these devices have planned? Maybe what Noah said was true. There are layers of darkness that fold over each other deeper and deeper.
Your BBX robot is really lovely. I like a kind of motherly matron.
Motherly matron? That's redundant.
It always wakes me up in the sweetest of ways. Cup of tea, lullaby, the morning's news. And these cats are lovely, too. I like this white one.
This white cat used to belong to Mrs. Perry, but after she, died, William brought her to my place, along with many other street cats. What a headache.
Are you well? After replacing so many parts and organs, I expected your body to reject some, but you don't seem to be experiencing any side effects.
This is a walk in the park for me. Charles is a really good technician, and I feel brilliant now. You did me a big favor, William. I've been meaning to study you more closely. You are so much smarter than other cats. Although Charles is an expert on robots, I wonder if we can ask him to do some research on William.
No! Don't do that.
What, you don't like that? Maybe I should research you myself instead. Does that sound an explosion in the attic? Charles must be doing dangerous research again.
That Charles needs to leave this house this instant. He is an awful old man. Oh, that's weird. Looks like it's gotten fine again. But yeah, autofocus should be off. That's not the right thing. No, autofocus is off, so I don't know why it got blurry. Could just be a matter of, like, the internet connection at some point killed your, killed the bitrate you're receiving.
Wow, this outfit. I didn't think Captain Ramrod would be seen dead in clothes like these.
You shut up. It's all because of that old man. He told me that he was adding me to the detective office network, but he was actually just changing my code to put me in this stupid outfit.
You look good in them. Next time you should ask Charles.
What did you say?
Nothing. I was just saying, I'll go find Charles now. What is the old man thinking?
You'd better hurry up. Me, a captain in this outfit? It's humiliating.
She is still hot-tempered. I don't know what Charles is up to up there. I just hope he won't blow the attic up. What happened? Why is there a smoking riot robot in the attic?
The modification failed. Thank God this is not my workshop, or I would have to pay to repair it. This armor is well crafted. There are special switches inside, and if the wearer doesn't understand how they work, he can never take it off again.
That's why. No wonder William was stuck in there. But I did see a cluster of black...
Oh, hello, fellow detective. Are you awake? Don't worry about the explosion. Grandpa knows what he is doing. It's just that his tools are still in Underbridge, and we can't go retrieve them right now.
Nanko, do you know what's happening in Underbridge? You've got a lot of connections there.
Hey, Mom? Would you mind pouring me some more drink? Thanks. I guess since I'm living here, there's no reason not to tell you. The king sent lots of people to dig up the remnants of the lab, hoping to find something useful. After an explosion like that, I don't think there is much left, though. One more thing you might be interested in. Luna from Edward's clinic has gone missing.
The Luna from the clinic? That's a clone of Edward's wife. Maybe she's gone to start a new life of her own.
That would be neat. Although those drink fountains are expensive, though. What's your plan now, Detective? With Noah gone, you have accomplished what you set out to do so many years ago.
Don't you worry about me. I can sit back and help old grandmas find lost cats until the end of my days now.
That's true. It would take a long time to pay itself off, though, even at the rate we go through soda. Like, I remember looking one of those things up, and it was like $1,100 for even, like, a small one. Like, just 4 things on it. And $1,100 would buy a lot of 2 liters. Thank you.
Where's $1,100 coming from?
Rose just said we should get me a one of those like drink fountain things for here by my desk, so I don't have to get up or ask someone else to to get me drinks while I stream. Yes, inject the carbonated soda into my vein, or into my arteries. That sounds like a great idea.
Spacious place you have here, Rex. And again, thank you for letting us hide out here. The king and the police are still trying to find anyone involved in the explosion.
Letting you? I didn't exactly have much choice. You insisted on moving in. Is this the robot from Morax's shop? No issues. How about aneurysms? Aneurysms aplenty.
Yes, that young man owed me, so he gave me this robot to pay the debt. If I can alter this robot successfully, it will greatly improve our combat prowess.
Looks like the robot's nearly ready. Wait, our? Are you never going back to Underbridge District? What about the doctor's research? And his wife, Luna?
I processed Edward's research data before we escaped the lab. It is some very advanced technology, but maybe too advanced for this day and age.
Aneurysms are us. That sounds terrible.
As for Luna, the life support tank was too big to move, and the explosion, she was buried underground with Edward's lab.
In the end, she and Edward are together forever after all. There's one more thing on my mind. Before he died, Noah mentioned that he was not the one who created the implant devices. Even though this case has been cracked, there's still another layer that I can't quite see.
In that case, we'd better get this riot robot working post-haste.
Grandpa Charles' experiments are so dangerous, so I'd better watch from far away. Let's see. Glock 37, Little Friend. Gen 6 version, the standard weapon for the police force since 2117, retired in 2137 when police equipment was updated. 45 gap bullets, innovated sleeve, and reduced trigger pull force at 3.5 pound. Added muzzle brake and laser indicator. To use on robots, the bullets are replaced with armor-piercing incendiary rounds, and the load is made larger. The barrel uses alloy and composite materials. Brank, Bellflower House maintenance technician. He always suffers from a headache, and he now has been absent from work for a couple of days. No one knows where he is. Brank is a dog lover, and he has his own pet dog, a giant corgi named Ellie. There is no sign of breaking and entering at Brank's place. There is unusual coagulation sediment found in the supplementary tank, so it is believed that Brank left his place by himself. The traces and marks go all the way to the secret room under the waterfall, and the investigation had to stop because the water wheel exploded. Noah is the name that has been haunting Starlight City Police Station and even the entire federal police force. Before he appeared, there hadn't been any unsolved cases in Starlight, but the police have been having a lot of trouble ever since. He's like a ghost and never leaves behind any clue about who he is. The police can't even make any conclusion on Noah's gender. His work is well known, especially the work of the singing girl in front of the city hall. The police had to establish the Special Mission Squad in the shortest time to deal with Noah. He seems to have no certain standard in his choice of victim. In terms of nationality, age, gender, ethnicity, occupation, and experience, he has committed crime in 4 time zones, but he never crossed south of the equator. As the crimes look like the work of Bassan, Noah is quite popular among the fanatics of the Rover Church, and is even regarded as the messenger of God by some. In 2127, when the revolutionists began their terror attacks, Noah's name had been forgotten by most people, and no one has heard anything from him since. The reason for Noah's disappearance is unclear, but the special investigator Will Talk, who has had several encounters with him, firmly believes that Noah is still alive and will make a reappearance at some point. Research description. The functional product was made of molecules of different nanolengths. It is a highly dangerous hacker hardware. Nanorobots have no effect on human beings so far, but they are able to change the nerve tree structure in electronic brains. The logic simulation experiment found that they could build an illegal interface through which they can influence robots' thinking from the outside. It can cause a highly intense and instant coagulation of the supplementary fluid, which will revert to normal after a while, depending on the amount of fluid used. The nanorobots that fail to enter electronic brains before they run out of power will form part of the sediment. At approximately 6 a.m., maintenance worker Orima spotted a horrific new sculpture on the square. Upon closer observation, he realized the sculpture looked quite similar to those from the famous serial murder case. The police were not allowed to enter the crime scene, so I performed the investigation instead. From what's left of the scene, the murderer first transported the raw materials to the crime scene using the nearby logistics hubs and then built the sculpture afterwards. Through observation, it is estimated that the limbs of 6 or 7 robots were used to make the sculpture, and the robots were from different periods within a 30-year range. The human body parts were from at least 4 victims, but the actual number will need to be confirmed through DNA verification. The method used is slightly different from that of the old serial murder case, and there seems to be an intentional imitation at play. On November 9th, 2119, photos began circulating on social media, appearing to show a number of large buildings under construction in an unknown location. It appeared that these buildings were being constructed using previously unknown materials. The photos created a media storm of intrigue, with many conspiracy theories beginning to circulate. Finally, on September 19th, the federal government publicly announced the Sky City plan and confirmed that 50% of the total construction had already been completed. News of the Sky City plan initially resulted in protests, which were quickly dealt with by the government. With the support and will of the Leaders Committee, the Sky City plan became a top priority for global resource supplies. 7 years elapsed from the start of construction to the completion of the project, and afterwards the political, economical, and cultural centers of Starlight City and neighboring areas were all moved to the Sky City. Starlight City became less prosperous as a result of these changes, and large parts of the city no longer received any natural sunlight. For people who live under Sky City, a giant shadow is now forever cast on them. Following the controversial plan to build superweapons on Sky City, citizen protests have been growing stronger and stronger. For citizens of Starlight City, Sky City seems like a sword of Damocles hanging above their heads. Residents have a hostile and fearful attitude towards it, and there has been a massive loss of population as people move out of the area. I should not have followed it. I should have just focused on the maintenance job given to me by the gang members. Why did I follow them? I have nothing to do with that weird one. That person with a bird face mask should never have followed them into that cave. Curiosity really does kill the cat. There were lots of glowing mushrooms in that cave, and I got lost inside. Then I saw its secret, and it has been haunting me ever since. It hides in the corner, behind the doors and in my dreams. I have to hide in the sewer where there is no drinking water or food, but this is a horrible life. Now I have to survive on the food scraps and the rubbish that falls down through the rubbish pipes. Damn it, it have come. I will find him one day. I finally know who is after me. It will find him one day. I finally know who is after me. It is the god of death, and it will take me away. I am so tired. I can hear it. It is finally here. Do you hear it too? Tick-tock, tick-tock. That's the sound of the footsteps of the god of death. According to regulations on drones, civilian drones are not allowed to fly in public areas without permission. However, the Underbridge District is an exception as it is not covered by the regulations. The King places military-grade, high-speed face recognition systems into engineering drones to carry out effective patrols throughout Underbridge. This drone can search for the target and share its position to gang members' devices. This is an important way for the King and his organization to keep Underbridge District under control. I've always been proud since I was assigned as the first mate of Destiny Fireship. The captain is the latest ship AI, and under its operation, the routes, rosters, and maintenance have been going smoothly. Besides, Destiny Burning has the world's best sonar system, and no fish could avoid its dictation. That's supposed to be detection, isn't it? But now we have to see the beautiful Destiny burning be destroyed and disposed, all because of the new energy bill. For God's sake, we haven't even sailed up 1,000 sea mile. There's nothing we can do. Farewell, Destiny burning. So long, Captain. The editing in this writing is just... so much slips through. It's bad. The end. This is a signal projection device with the implanted device as the core. It emits a regular electrical pulse sound when activated, and this ticking sound is key to determining the presence of devices around you. The core implanted device receives external signals first, then amplifies the signals and sends them out by the circular oscilloscope synapse, and forms around itself an extremely wide signal field. This electromagnetic signal field theoretically has no effect on humans, but Rex replaced half of his brain with an electronic brain, which keeps a sequela called Fantasy Vision, which is capable of receiving external electric brain signals without discrimination. This allowed the signal field of the projection device to act on him, creating hallucinations in his brain. From this tailored structure, it can be concluded that Noah prepared this device intentionally for Rex's special physical condition. During the Human-Robot War, a large number of factories serving the war were built underground to escape the precision bombardment of the smart weapons. After the war was over, the place was shut down. Nevertheless, there were still a large amount of chemical materials and raw radioactive materials remaining here, which over a long period of time mutated the underground fungi. The fungi are full of deadly poison, and as the poisonous materials spread deeper into the underground water circulation, this mutation may extend above the ground. On the other hand, for fear of war, some of the workers from this time fled deeper underground, and as the factories closed, these people gradually became the owners of the place. Some of the people who had been abandoned by the above-ground society were also drawn here, and the scale of the underground population was expanding, and the factory and the city sewage system grew and connected gradually. This place has become a shadow city that exists like a mirror image of Starlight City. Of all the gods in roverism, Basan is one of the few that would show themselves in this world. Basan owns many embodiments. The image that is worshipped by the Follows is the goddess embodiment named Real View Judge, who is also referred to by the name She. The most common holy mark of Basan is an upside-down triangle combined with a cross, which stands for direction, and according to the first chapter of Basan's holy canon, Basan opens up her arms and arrives in our world from the realm of the gods, and the holy mark is formed. This mark meaning the trace of movement and the direction of infusion. This is a Basan symbol well known among people, but in the early days of roverism, a group of followers insisted that they had discovered the second holy mark of Basan, the twist, which represented the change of space and position. Some patriarchs believed that the twist holy mark did not refer to space, but to the twisting of the nature of things. It begs the followers to speculate that Basan may represent more than just combination. However, this expansion that went against the religious doctrine had soon been left behind, along with the twist holy mark. At present, only some branches that developed from long ago still remember the second holy mark. The UN has banned clone technology since the 21st century, and during the later part of the new century, human beings have shifted their focus onto research on the technology of genetic rewriting. As genetic diseases appeared, people have become more sensitive and cautious about biochemical technologies, which led to the temporary suspension of relevant technologies. As the government's brief start of the organ clone plan, some people found the instability of cell cloning had increased because of many years of interruption from radioactive rays of electronic products, and cloned organs were produced with an impressive amount of malformation and mutation. A success rate less than 2% was typical. Several mechanical limb companies launched a joint condemnation at this time, which led to criticism of this technology from all walks of life. In this case, the clone technology was again shelved. However, secret research on this technology among non-governmental entities has never stopped. Because clones are not born through a maternal body, but in a nutritious liquid, the most prominent character of them is the absence of a belly button. Nanofluid, signal source, and the implanted device named Spark are connected in a cooperative state. The implanted devices inside robots' brains are called sparks by Noah and Dr. Edward, and this kind of mysterious device receives external signal sources and sends them to the electronic brains of receivers with accurate positioning. However, typical robot brains are equipped with a defensive system which will block out the signals coming from the spark. In order to unarm the electronic brains, Dr. Edward invented the nanoliquid. When injected with the nanoliquid, the nanorobots inside the liquid will invade a robot's electronic brains and break down the defensive system. After the defenses are down, Spark can send the signal from the source into the electronic brains and thus control the robot's behavior. This equipment is derived from Dr. Edward's Spark, but on a much grander scale. It is named the Consciousness Transmission Device, later seized by Noah. Theoretically, this equipment seems to have reversed the receiving function of Spark, combined with forbidden consciousness transferring technology, to convey the user's thoughts or brainwaves to a specific receiver. Based on Dr. Edward's materials, if completed, this equipment can transfer the user's consciousness to another body for a body-swapping effect. This technique is reminiscent of the immortality technology that Sky City may be secretly developing. However, the current phase of research shows that when the receiver of the transmission device is a human being, only the user's memory can be transmitted to the brain because of the obstacle of the human's natural personality. In order to avoid the personality of the organic being, Dr. Edward used a robot as a receiver to break through the defenses of the electronic brain by combining spark and nanofluid in an attempt to bring his wife's consciousness into a robot's body. But at this time, it's only possible to control the robot remotely. If this strange half-finished product were developed further, it could likely form an army. Is this a surprise? Edward and his wife Luna had already come to the area before it was integrated by the king. The unique academic temperament of the couple drew Charles's attention. In their interaction, it was learned that Dr. Edward and his wife, both originally professors and lecturers at a university, had to hide out in the Underbridge district because some of their technological developments had attracted some attention. With Charles's recommendation and help, Edward opened a clinic that accepted both human and robot patients. It was not easy in the beginning, but the clinic quickly gained trust and recognition because of the doctor's skills and sense of responsibility. However, Luna developed a genetic condition shortly afterwards. Edward told others it was just a mildly chronic disease, but then Luna has disappeared from the public eye. After years of failure to find a cure, Edward began trying some banned technologies, and the clinic, with previously saved many lives, became the source of test subjects. In one of the test subject delivery, Edward came across the wounded Noah. The two devils with different intentions began working together. After disappearing for years, Luna reappeared at Edward's clinic one day, seeming to have recovered from a chronic illness. She looked the same as before, which was a cause for concern. The history of the case: the Sculpture serial murder case, which remained unsolved for 15 years. The first crime was committed in 2125 when Noah, who suffered from a genetic disease, pieced together the remains of human and robot victims into sculptures, creating a series of cases that were reported by police as a serial killing. He committed the murders based on the prophecies recorded in the Roverism canon, and the sculptures were the images of different embodiments of Basan, the god of combination and communication. During an police terminating mission in 2127, Noah was wounded by Special Police Team member Rex, but not managed to escape in the end. He was accidentally saved by Dr. Edward in Underbridge, and the doctor decided to work together with Noah in hopes of treating his genetically diseased wife. During their cooperation, these two people kidnapped and killed many innocent people and developed nanoliquid and consciousness transmission technology which controls robots. In October 2140, former Special Police Team member Rex received a package from Noah. During the chase, Noah deliberately created a series of clues while also killing Dr. Edward. Noah planned to seize Rex's half-mechanical body using the consciousness transmission technology. He constantly synchronizing his own brainwaves with Rex through hallucinations as he lured Rex deeper into the base. He was defeated by Rex in their final battle, but he managed to ignite the bombs in his base, and he had his hard end there. Rex managed to escape in the end without any life-threatening wounds. Case date closed. Case file state sealed on 15/11/2140. We get signal.
Why are you standing at the door?
Fancy Feather! It's Fancy Feather! It was Fancy Feather who made the appointment. Her squad of minions have taken over our living room.
Why is she here? We're a long way from Underbridge.
Let's bust in and wipe them out, just like old times. I can enter riot control mode anytime.
Calm down. Let's hear them out first. Didn't expect to see you here, Miss Fancy Feather. Did you come all the way down here to give me this new VR game console?
Oh, Mr. Detective, are you playing with me? This is what you will travel in to Coral City.
Coral City? You want me to visit the electronic world? Sorry, Miss, Feather, but I'm not going back there.
I knew you would say no. Take a look at this first, and you may change your mind.
The Coral City. Hurry. Go tell Rex what we have been hiding there might have been found by someone. Hurry. Be quick. The Coral City. Those guys. They want to... What? Abel? But he's dead. Where did you get this video?
This video clip was sent from the Electrode State last night. If you act quickly, you may be able to buy some time.
You seem to know a lot of things, Miss Fancy Feather.
That's because, as stars align, so do our interests. Now, Mr. Detective, are you ready to go?
Looks like I have no other choice, Abel.
You know, I had suspected that translation might have something to do with why the dialogue felt so... Well, no, just the writing in general felt so sloppy. Not that it had to, you know. That's why I kept on harping on this game needing more editors, or better editors, script editors. Because it feels like it's just... It feels like they just slapped a rough draft into the game. But that said, I wouldn't say it's a bad game by any stretch. Just that the writing, honestly, at every stage, not just the story development felt really weird and like things were happening out of order, or that like important events from the past just kind of got, like, exposition dumped rather than revealed more organically. Like, that's even beyond just the editing issues. Editing and translation issues. But the puzzles were still enjoyable. It was a gorgeous game. Like, the visual design is stellar. I'm not usually big on like the pseudo pixel look. Like, if it's generally if a game is designed to look retro, I like for it to look retro straight through and not just like it's being treated as high res but with a pixel aesthetic. Like, I like for it to generally like for it to be what's called pixel perfect. So, like, you know, if it's supposed to look all pixely, I want it to actually be 320 by 240 or whatever, you know. I want it to actually be designed at that resolution and then just upscaled. But this game did a really good job of blending and even, like, implementing effects on top of the pixels that were not... Like, the effects were higher resolution, but, like, they did it in a way that actually looked really good. Alright, thanks for watching, John. See you later. But, yeah. So ends Tales of the Neon Sea. Now, let's see. I will be back tomorrow night for Thursday Throne, where we'll be continuing La Pucelle Tactics. And then Friday afternoon, something new now that I've beaten this. Now, who is around for me to raid? Nobody worth raiding right now. Nobody in my network, as it were. So, I'll just sign off then. Take care, everybody, and I hope to see you next time. Bye.